We are live.
We are live, you say? I don't believe you.
It looks like we're live. I don't know. That
Where's your
timer.
proof? I want proof.
I don't got pics, so I can't prove that we're live.
We're live. Welcome
No
everybody
pics.
into the backlog. Tonight we will be diving into our heavy vetted opinions about the MCU movies and a couple ones that you may not consider MCU, but we're going to talk about them anyways.
They're MCU now, dang it.
Maybe.
They made it happen.
Somebody might get angry at us for doing this.
Oh no.
We'll see. I mean, before we even get started, how you guys doing? What have we been up to? Have we done anything to dig into those backlogs?
Well, we finished the MCU 50-hour marathon this week, which was amazing.
Hence the topic.
Exactly. And then I've been reading some Undead Unluck manga. I'm up to like chapter 30. It's getting pretty good. Haven't been gaming much. It's about it for me. Digging into the backlog. I haven't done too much else. How about you, Marty?
I did borderline nothing besides keep up the status quo of everything. And just, I did some card game related things because that's another hobby I pursue. Because why wouldn't I?
Oh, yeah.
Where I went to a new local for Yu-Gi-Oh on a rare free Thursday for me.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh!
One day. But other than that, I can't think of anything else I've done that's relevant. Yeah, it's just been kind of a slow week. Busy because this anime season is beyond packed and work.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of new shows. We got the content.
Too many.
If you want to hear more about what our thoughts are on the releases for this latest anime season, we do have a video that we posted a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
and
I don't know anymore. Time moves by.
In reference to that video too, almost everything, if you go watch the video, I showed an interest in. I am currently watching almost every show.
Yeah, you got a stack
I
season.
think for me, I'm only...
It's a lot.
Everything I mentioned that I'm interested in that video, I think I only dropped 2 of them, just because I'll just binge them at a later time. I'm still gonna watch them. Just maybe I'll binge half of them, like when the season's halfway over, and then stop again.
I'm high dive locked out of a few, and other than that,
that's my problem. That's where.
Yeah.
Other
than that, the ones where I'm behind a season, that's not happening this season with how many shows there are. Oh, I guess I did watch Dead Apple too. I finally got around to that.
Oh, nice.
He's talking about Bungo Stray Dogs, people. Season 4 is out. 2 episodes deep.
Peak.
First 3 seasons are fantastic. The movie is even better.
The movie was good.
Great start.
I rated highly.
Underrated anime, at least from what I see. I know it has its fans, but I feel like it should have more attention. But definitely a good start. Good start.
Definitely.
I forgot I did that.
Well, that's good. How about you, Fabian? What you been up to?
Well, you and I finished the 50-hour marathon for the 50-hour fan cut. That put everything in order for the MCU, at least for the Infinity Saga. I know we still probably want to watch the Phase 4 stuff, which is, if you include the shows, yet another 50 hours of content.
Crazy to think about, yeah.
Yeah, they released a lot in 4 years, but I think because they had the vehicle of the Disney Plus platform, because they have to provide content to that app to make it worthwhile subscribing. So we're gonna get, whether we like it or not, 1,000 Disney Plus shows about Marvel, Star Wars, and Disney, whatever property they could think of.
Yeah,
true. I'll wait for that Goofy spin-off show to come out.
It never connected to the MCU, but we did have the Defender stuff from Netflix too.
Yeah,
that
is on Disney Plus.
Yeah, they're.
I don't
would
know what they're
consider
going to do
them.
with it, to be honest.
No
Yeah, I
one
don't know
does.
if we can consider them MCU. Can't like you can consider Daredevil MCU canon, right? But
We'll get into breaking that down when we get it, because those seasons are in here. They're in this list.
okay, cool.
So we'll get into that argument in a second. Otherwise, after that MCU rundown, it was very beautiful. There were some scenes that I probably would have told this guy to remove from this cut, because he added like
Agreed.
Thor's roommate videos and stuff like that. Not exposition. What's it called? The Fallout material of Endgame. What's the opposite of exposition?
You got me.
Opposite of exposition.
So the aftermath of Endgame, they added some scenes from WandaVision of like Wanda getting Vision out of that facility and creating Westview. So I didn't really see the point in that, because then it insinuates that you have to watch WandaVision, and a cut of WandaVision without that scene in it doesn't exist. So you kind of have to. It's just weird. It didn't.
It was weird. It was weird placement, and also full disclosure for people that are watching at home. I think we should do full spoilers on the movies. So if you haven't seen any of these MCU movies or shows, when we get to that movie, obviously you'll want to tune out and come back, or just skip ahead. All right, continue, Fabian.
Yeah. Other than that, I thought the cut was beautiful. You got to see a much more condensed version of a lot of the movies, because they split up a lot of the stuff and put it in timeline order, chronological order, and it's just it was a very fun experience. I hope when I'm 80 years old and we're on phase 20, we can spend an entire month just watching all the Marvel movies together.
It'll be fun watching the 30th Batman remake.
Whether I'm on life support or not, I will be there.
I'll tell you what, it would probably be, this video might take us a while, but if we did the DC one, we'd probably be here for like a good 15 minutes, and that's it. No hate to DC, but they made their own mess, and it's not even like DC's a bad.
No, I'll give hate to DC for their live action, because in the animated they do it right.
It's not DC, it's Warner Brothers.
Warner
Brothers doesn't pay attention to their animated product, because they're like, whatever, that's just for kids. It's been proof in the pudding. They leave their animation.
You mean their good content? Yeah.
Animation is cinema, dang it.
They don't meddle with the animated content, because they're not expecting anything out of the animated content. They just think that it's just for kids. So when these people that actually have passion for their work actually make a good cartoon like Justice League. I finished Justice League Unlimited, by the way.
Nice.
James Gunn needs to make the second season of Justice League Unlimited the blueprint. But anyways, Warner Brothers just meddles with the live action, because they are trying to replicate the success that is right here in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Marvel.
This is not.
They're trying to have lightning strike.
Animation isn't going to get them billions like this Marvel Cinematic Universe is. Honestly, I feel like it could if they took it seriously and they put animated movies in for DC out there, because sometimes DC is almost as hard to adapt into live action as anime is into live action.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah,
because DC has wacky concepts, man, and they dress like wacky. Like the way they look at Super Friends is how they will look to somebody if you try and base it in reality. Like DC heroes are just going to look like that.
Yeah.
Interdimensional imps.
Yeah, but anyways, besides that, I finally, after maybe like a year and a half, have caught up with every title on the Shonen Jump Viz Media app, finishing out World Trigger, had 230 chapters, which almost 200 of those chapters were already adapted in the anime, so rereading them was a fun ride. That show is really not what you would expect, the show or the anime. It starts out one way, and you kind of are introduced to a very critical, at least seems like a critical threat at first, that these people are all living in fear and yada yada yada, and then it kind of just turns into like laser tag, paintball, Call of Duty Simulator 2079. Like
Oh, dude,
it's basically all these kids just preparing to be the best that they possibly could be for a war on the other side of another world. And the whole show is the preparation. It's like, you know, those arcs in My Hero where they're like learning and they're in the academy and they got these little like mock versus battles.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the bread and butter of the show, but way better than My Hero Academia for those arcs. Those arcs in My Hero are boring. Well, really boring for the training. This makes it feel like you're watching like an MLG Pro like match. like you're watching like what's the official like the esports, like you're watching like an esports like live event. Like you're set in match and you get to see like all their strategies and how they're thinking about doing things and all that stuff.
I mean, if you've watched like esports StarCraft, it's wild.
Yeah, like that. Like you get inside their heads. So it's like somewhat like that, and that's why I really like the show. It's an acquired taste though, especially it's a lot of reading. It's a lot of like hearing what's in their heads and like finding out how they're feeling about the situation and why they make the decisions they make. But the latest arc that's only been going on for 30 pages or 30 chapters might have had the most dialogue I've read in a manga in a while. Because these people are just the whole arc right now is that they're preparing to go to the other world eventually, and they need to do one final test to find out if they're going to go to the other world.
Okay.
How does it compare? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, no, those tests are just like simulations. They're like, they don't even know what the test is. It's like it's like them all living in a spaceship together, simulation wise, for like a week, and for 30 chapters, they're all like have different tasks that they have to do, and they have to try and outwit the other teams without ever even interacting with the other team.
So some mind game level stuff there.
Yeah, the author is on some crazy stuff. Like he's very intricate with what he's writing there. I think the manga is really underrated. I'm not out here like begging everybody to read it or highly recommending it. Because it's not for everybody. It's not the typical shonen. It's not even like something like Hunter x Hunter where like things get dark and you know, like the world is unforgiving or something. Because the world is very forgiving here. Like they're basically just in school, but the stakes to them are so important in their eyes that you kind of feel for them. But yeah, I really liked it. I'm very happy to have started my goal or finished my goal there. And starting now, hopefully I can catch up to JoJo's so I can be caught up for part 9 that drops in February.
So real quick, for World Trigger, how faithfully adapted was it now that you're caught up through the manga?
It's pretty much page for page.
Yeah, okay.
There's one filler arc in the anime, which the filler arc I liked. It doesn't deviate. I mean, it deviates from the path, but it's still good content to me.
Yeah, but filler can be done well.
Yeah, I'll say for like someone that's like, if you're going in there expecting it just to be Black Clover, My Hero Academia, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, like you're gonna be disappointed. It's not like that. But like even I look at the comment section for like each chapter when I'm done reading them, and these people are typing paragraphs like explaining like, oh man, I got like theories and like they're super into this. I'm like, oh wow, that'd be really crazy.
That's pretty cool.
But anyways, yeah, I think that's really it. Other than that, I finished Justice League Unlimited. Great stuff. I'll be doing a top 10 episodes for that on TikTok, maybe even a top 15 because it's technically longer than the original series, so by a little bit. But otherwise, yeah, been having a good time reading stuff. I did finish Blue Exorcist. I finished that, but last time we were talking, I was in the middle of it.
Yeah.
That feels like it might be on its final arc. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Spy Family went and did a swerve, which I kind of thought they might.
Spy Family?
not Spy Family, Yozakura Family.
Mm.
It is a spy family.
Yeah. Oh, you thought it was going to end, but it didn't?
No, I didn't think it would necessarily end, but it could have. It definitely could have if they wanted it to.
Yeah, I guess they could have definitely wrapped it up if they would have had to have written the arc differently though. But obviously, it was written to keep going, which I'm happy about.
But anyways, that's it for me. We got a long discussion to be had here. So why don't we just start jumping in?
Let's do it.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen. I don't know how long it's been for you guys, but I know that in the anticipation for No Way Home, I was watching Spider-Man 1 and 2 almost every weekend before No Way Home came out. So we got Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1 to start. Now, the argument is that because they finally appeared in the MCU, that you have to know those stories
Canon.
in order to watch No Way Home and understand it completely.
100% do.
Some people consider them the original MCU movies now. It's up there in the air. It's a tricky thing.
It's weird. It was definitely one of the more successful superhero movies too. That was early.
Yeah, I remember my mom or dad taking me to the theater to see that, and I was so excited.
I don't know if I saw this in theaters or not. I might have.
I definitely did. It was unquestionable for me to have seen it because I needed to. I was such a big fan of Spider-Man and Spider-Man the Animated Series.
Same.
Just
the animated series.
Something that needed to be viewed. I was not disappointed. I loved it. I still love it. It's still rewatchable.
Yeah, the first movie still stands up, I think, easily.
It's kind of like this joke Thanksgiving movie, just because there's one scene that takes place.
One scene, yeah. Hey, but that scene's great.
Who's your favorite character in the movie?
In the movie?
Yeah.
Or
I guess even like the franchise-ness, I guess, since there's the three.
I mean, we're only talking about the first one for now. So, I mean, I like Tobey Maguire's Peter Parker, Spider-Man. I love the suit and everything, but sometimes they beat the whole thing of him being pathetic over, like, it's like a dead horse, like they're just beating him down, and it gets a little old to me a little bit. I mean, it's funny, but it kind of just degrades him. Like, I wanted to see at some point, maybe it would have happened in Spider-Man 4, but it just felt like he was always the butt end of the joke in these movies, and I would have liked to see him develop. You know how, like, in the PS4 Spider-Man game, where he was kind of had a little bit of his life together? And, like, had some maturity or respect for himself?
Yeah.
I want to see Spider-Man eventually get to that.
We should have gotten that in the third one, but they ended up doing the relationship issues, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. For the first one, man, I have to say that I would put it up here.
S tier, huh?
I mean, you could argue that it's an A tier.
I would argue it's a high A tier or low S, definitely. And it's not even nostalgia's sake. Like, it's honestly, like you guys said, it's just a good movie. It's rewatchable.
It comes down for me, what answering Marty's question finally is William Dafoe's performance.
Oh my God!
Such a quotable villain. An incredible speech that he gives them, tempting him with, like, just giving up on his morals, but he never does. Like, it's just like the hero persevering. It's just a classic story.
Yeah, I can't see anyone else as the Green Goblin now. I love it. He owned that role. I definitely agree. I think besides Spider-Man, William Dafoe is another favorite of mine. Another favorite of mine is the second movie, but we'll get to that. But yeah, I would definitely say either high A or low S. So it's really up to you, since you're the bigger Marvel fan here.
I want to say it is high A tier.
How about you, Marty? What are you feeling?
So, to establish it within tiers, it's a good film. It is, but so are many of these films, and Would I say it's as good as some of the other films we'll be covering later? Maybe, maybe not. But I think A tier is probably reasonable. I don't know if I put in high A tier though. We'll see as we get further in the list. I
Yeah.
do think it's good. I think it's important for
one of
superhero films too. But
Yeah, within each one of these, we'll shuffle them out to see which one is better than the others. So now we got Spider-Man 2.
Ooh,
One of the absolute goats in superhero history. I mean,
agreed.
what else can you really say about this movie? Like, you got Doc Ock, the premiere of Doc Ock, with like a crazy sequence when he's like knocked out on the table
In the hospital, yeah,
in the
dude.
hospital. Dude,
Yeah.
when I was a kid and I saw that, it scared me. I was scared. That was Sam Raimi flexing them horror muscles right there.
Oh, totally. Like it's like the guy's going to like turn on the saw, and then he turns it off, and then you just see something moving, and you're like, oh man, something's about to go down, and then it goes down. Oh, loved it. Yeah, and going back to how I was saying, one of my favorite characters is Doc Ock. Obviously, the actor, I forget the actor's name, but he freaking killed the role as well. Like, that's something I will say, like, if anyone wants to hate on these original Spider-Man movies, the thing that you can't really hate on is like, for a lot of the newer MCU movies, some of the villains are really lackluster, poorly written, whatever. The villains in at least the first two Spider-Man movies are, like, perfect. Like, perfect casting, great writing, like, they own their roles.
I guess you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, I guess this is probably a good time to mention this too, is traditionally in most MCU films, they have this I think it's a nasty habit. They have this very nasty habit of the villain has to die instead of trying to reuse the character in any way.
Yeah, I personally dislike that. I don't know why they do that.
I think that just comes down to real life contract.
Maybe.
Like, they already probably spent enough trying to keep the heroes on contract.
Yeah, don't want to have to conflict villains too, I guess.
Yeah, no problem about having gotten a Masters of Evil.
It's got to come down to that, yeah.
So, I mean,
but we do get some repeat villains.
Yeah, we do. We could talk about that more later, but like, there's really only like 2, maybe 3 that I can think of off the top of my head right now that like just keep reoccurring throughout the MCU.
I think what we could say about the differences with what is so great about Doc Ock here, even though he does die at the end of the movie because he shuts down that machine, his performance, even though he has such like basic need of a need, like he really doesn't have like that great of a motive as a
motivation.
I don't want to really finish that project, but it's his performance that really drives it home.
Definitely.
It's what makes him like really good. I mean, obviously there's the action sequence on the train, which is one of the most goated fights.
Oh yeah, one of the most famous scenes in superhero movies.
Stopping the train been mean. Yeah. Constantly stopped. Like, it's been redone in the other Spider-Man movies that have been remakes since then. Yes. Other movies make references to it. I've even seen mangas make reference to it.
Yep.
Like, it's iconic at this point.
So
I mean,
it's just a classic. So I have to put it in S tier. Like,
100%, I agree.
Alfred Molina's performance with Doc Ock, like him just being that super serious treating, the performance is the main point of him being the villain, is what drives him home as being a great villain, and that's something that I wish that the MCU had more of, because like, you get that with a lot of the other villains that we'll talk about later, but not enough of them in my opinion.
We really had a really good character like growth development for Peter as well in that film. Like, he obviously, like, he had pretty good like development. I know a lot of people don't like the raindrops keep falling on my head scene, but like it was just
that's fine, and we'll get into that right now because we're going to talk about
now's the time.
I want to compare that directly to Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, but besides that scene, because obviously it was a little cringe. Like, just looking at it from a writing perspective, like the fact that just that they're showing like how much happier he was giving up, the suit and like losing his powers, whatever. I just liked seeing the growth for Peter as well as the villains. So that it just makes it an S tier for me. That's just what I wanted to say.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, Marty, you probably agree S tier for Spider-Man. So we
I
can
do, but for a different reason. I recognize its achievements, everything. For my own personal enjoyment, I'd probably put it in A tier, but I haven't seen the movie in a long, long time, so my memory is a little hazy of it.
Yeah.
Trust me, bro. You watch it one more time, and you'll put it in. You gotta put it in that Z rank.
Gotta get that Z rank.
Darn
the Z.
Yeah, S tier, pretty much all around for us. Spider-Man 3, and the
Here
thing
we
that I
go.
want to mention in the difference, because this movie's a mess, and there's good things about it, and there's still great things that that carry over from the first two movies to this movie, and they try and wrap up some loose threads from the other movies in this movie, as well as give us new content.
But now that we're on the third movie,
the main problem here. Go ahead.
Sorry. Now that we're on the third movie, I was going to say, since I started it off with favorite characters, my favorite character from this franchise is honestly probably J. Jonah Jameson.
Oh, yeah.
I think he kills that role, and I really love him whenever he's on screen.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons kills it. And I mean, there's a reason they brought him back for
That was so
Far From Home and No Way Home.
Yeah.
But yeah, Spider-Man 3, real big blaring issue for a lot of people is the dancing scene where there's a brand new attitude, and then it's just like he does that whole jazz routine for what is Gwen Stacy in this movie, and it is cringe. The other scene in Spider-Man 2 is not cringe. That scene is it serves its purpose. It makes you understand that he is a new man. He feels like what he's earned. He's finally attained the thing that he's always wanted, and then it shifts a little bit. It's written perfectly in that movie. In here, it is an absolute disaster.
Agreed.
But there's issues with this movie. It's I'm just gonna throw it up here for now. Not saying that's where I'm gonna place it, but
we just want it out of the order.
This thing is just kind of a monstrosity of different problems, like studio interference. This movie was not supposed to have Venom.
Oh, okay.
The studio forced Venom on Sam Raimi, and that was part of why he didn't want to return for Spider-Man 4. It actually came out that Sam Raimi had and was willing to do Spider-Man 4, but there were a lot of different communication errors between Sony and him, and he ended up just walking away from the whole thing completely, and that's why Amazing Spider-Man happened, because he walked away. So instead of continuing the franchise, they decided to reboot. But as far as the movie itself, there are good things in here. Sandman's story is really good.
Sandman's good.
Very touching story.
Probably the highlight of the whole film.
I like how they wrap up Goblin Jr.'s story, except for the butler revealing this massive secret.
Oh yeah, like
that information would have been better before my face got blown off.
Right, like why did you wait so long to say that?
But how do you guys feel about it? It's been a while, and I'll say once you guys say what you got to say, I'll loop back and tell you guys how I feel about it.
So I watched it recently because I binged all the Spider-Man movies after we watched No Way Home. But like you said, like it's got some good parts to it. Like we already said, the Sandman story is good. Goblin Jr. for the most part is good. I think, like you were saying, since they forced Venom in here, it was just too clustered. There's too many storylines going on. And we already got Peter's like character development story in the second one. And while there's no character development story in this one, there's like a relationship issue, which me being a huge romance fan, like you know, it makes total sense that they would throw it in because, like, obviously Peter and Peter Spider-Man, he's a superhero, so he's trying to maintain his relationship, and he's also trying to save people. So I get that, a romance plot itself isn't like a bad idea in Spider-Man, and I know it's done in the comics, but in my opinion, the way they wrote it in this movie was just trash. I didn't care about it at all. It was frustrating to watch. It felt like the movie was almost more about like that, and like their little romance, like argument, struggle, and then just the villains on the side are like doing their thing, and then it just kind of leads into that. It just overall it feels like there was too many storylines going on here, but like the action scenes are really good. One of my favorite scenes from this movie, still to this day, is when Harry Goblin Jr. like shows up and like he grabs Peter and they're like fighting in like the air and like in between the alleyways and stuff. Such an epic scene. I really even though I don't really personally like Gwen Stacy in this movie, I really like the crane scene where he saves her. That was really cool. The final fight itself was really good too. I liked that Peter and Harry, obviously, we finished their storyline and they worked together to beat Venom. That was great. So overall, like some good fighting scenes, some poorly written characters and like storylines, but at the same time, there are some good ones. But overall, like I would probably honestly rate this a high D or a low C.
All right. So I'm going to start on the good points, and I'll explain why at the end. So the Sandman story was good. It was just good, in my opinion, from inception to finish of it. But that was good. What else was good? The specifically the final fight with Venom, I really enjoyed. I like the fight. Okay. I'm not. Thank you.
You're good.
I like it a lot for that particular fight, as well as most of the fights have good choreography. But that said, though, it's obvious that the Venom design was not up to fan standards or comic.
Oh yeah, the casting there
comparison.
I love that actor as a comedian, but not as a villain.
But what else was a good point? Did we get much James Jonah Jameson at all in Spider-Man 3? I cannot remember a scene with him in it.
Yeah, we get a little bit of him because his son was engaged to.
Oh yeah, his son was.
I thought that was in Spider-Man 2.
Was it? Oh, my bad. Okay.
Then, all right.
Sorry. See, I'm getting things mixed up. So
Yeah,
then he probably didn't appear as much in this one.
I don't know if he actually makes a single appearance. He might.
He makes obviously some appearances, but I don't think he's got much screen time compared to the second one.
Well, he gets the most in the first one, honestly, I think.
Yeah.
That said, though, I'm going to get onto the negative points. So, obviously, I already mentioned the Venom design a little bit, but we usually talk about character progression, and this was more like character regression, which can also be a way to have a character progress as well. But it didn't really feel like it. Part of it, too, is just because this is the end of this version of Peter Parker, as well as, like, just every time Peter's on screen, it's just annoying. That's what I remember, just being annoyed. And to the point where it was just so frustrating that I didn't want to watch the movie again. It made the movie feel incredibly long.
The movie did feel like it was dragging after rewatching it recently at parts.
We got way too much Peter Parker being this cocky idiot.
Yeah.
and it leaves a bad taste. But if I were to rate it, it easily goes into D for me. It's not a movie I enjoy, that I remember enjoying. And again, it's been a very long time since I've seen it. So maybe I'm being unfair, but I don't think so. Because I just remember not liking it.
It's the general public's opinion, I would say, on the third one.
So, taking everything you guys have said, and I'll tell you guys this: my experience with this movie was sheer disappointment. I saw it in theaters in 2007, the day it came out after school.
Oh,
in the theater right by my school. I walked to that theater to go see it. My disappointment was immeasurable.
And your day was.
And your day was.
I remember hearing about Topher Grace being casted as Venom online at school. I didn't have like real access to the internet at home until like 2000 something later.
You gotta explain what Venom means to you, though.
But I mean, I love Venom. Like I've always loved Venom, and he's been a character that I've wanted to see on the big screen and adapted properly. But even if this Topher Grace, like I couldn't believe that it was Topher Grace. Like even if he gave the performance of a lifetime, it's not the same. Like it's not even close to like the portrayal of the character that we've seen throughout all of media that we've had with him so far in the comic, the animated series. Like it at that point in time, it was just like the biggest question mark that I had in my life. Like, I thought it was a joke. I thought the person telling me was joking. And then it happened. It was on the screen. Like I didn't have internet information like coming to me like easy like we do nowadays. Like we didn't know for a matter of fact until like trailers started coming out. And man, I loved Eric Foreman, but like what a terrible casting. Awful casting.
I will say, real quick, I remember at first thinking it was going to be okay because in the trailer I remember them showing like the brief scene where in the church where he's like getting covered, then he like appears on the screen and you got to look at him. So at first I thought it was going to be good, but I was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that character is just like you got to have Eddie Brock right, otherwise honestly, what's the point? Because I mean, Venom is his own entity, but he, like in the comics, he really, at least at that point in time, he wasn't really like chit chatting with Eddie at like vocally all the time or anything. Like I mean, it was very frustrating as a fan. Like just seeing like something you completely butchered when the first two movies basically had like they took their liberties, but like for the most part, you had something that was pretty faithful.
Yeah.
Like comic faithfulness. And accuracy is one thing, but faithfulness, like when you're like at least like you read the material and you're seeing what these characters are about, and you're gonna put something about what they're about in the film, that's great. I've had a long time with this movie, and I know I sound like I'm like just drowning it into the water, but like for like at least like 10 years, man, I still like was just upset about it. Like I was not okay with how this turned out. I was like, oh man, those first two movies are fantastic. How are we gonna have a third one that just is so much not on par with the other two?
Yeah.
Now some of these other movies have come out, and I've kind of like expanded my taste in a lot of things. And other than like really the dancing scenes, like that one in the bar is just very like the cringiest thing on this earth. Like him acting like that, it's not even funny. But overall, I've kind of forgiven what has happened with this movie. I like more of it than I dislike. My dislike for the parts that I dislike are very strong, though. So it's like I'm okay with most of it, and I dislike parts of it strongly. So it's just kind of like this mixture of like, this isn't as bad as I remember it because of recently watching it.
Yeah.
But it isn't like this vast improvement. Like it's not that bad, but it's not great either. I would say like mid C tier for me.
After I believe the kids call it copium.
I'm fine. I think C tier is reasonable, and I agree with you. And after recently watching it as well, like if you are not a comic fan whatsoever, and you don't know these characters, and you just shut your brain off and watch the movie, it's a besides the cringe scene, it's an entertaining movie. Like there aren't as many, like there's a lot of action like moments like in this movie, so like I would give it that at least, but it's still has a lot of big disappointments, which is why I think C tier is right.
All right.
Shall we move on to one of the peak films of the MCU? What are you doing?
Yeah, man. Iron Man 1. Where would we be without this movie? Where would this movie be without like movies like Blade and the original Spider-Man coming out before it? But that's neither here nor there. But this movie set it all off. We watched it, you and I, together recently. I've watched it many times before we even thought that they were going to pull off an MCU. And then when they did pull off the MCU, I still watched it again. My most rewatched movie, besides probably the first Avengers movie, Iron Man. I think it still holds up.
Oh, I think so too. Like you said, we recently watched it, and I just grew to love the film all over again. Like, there's not a single like poorly written moment. The villain, I like the villain a lot. What was his name? Elias or something? Or
Obadiah Stane.
Obadiah. Oh yeah.
I just remembered the suit.
He was pretty
Ironmonger.
Yep.
Yeah, such a cool looking suit. Yeah, the villain's well written. Obviously, back then, like we didn't know it was going to be part of a bigger thing, but obviously at the end they started hinting at it, so that was exciting. I remember watching this in theaters with Marty and another friend of ours, and just loved it. Like, no part is boring. It's just Robert Downey Jr. Man, like what a perfect casting. Like whoever got him as the role, like they better get a big paycheck if they didn't, because they nailed it. Like I will never see any other actor as Iron Man. Like he just made that his role, and this is also a good introduction story, like really well written, like introduction to the character. I feel like they really like base a lot of their like first movies now for their like for all the superheroes, kind of like in the same formula as they did this one, and I really appreciated that.
It ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. But yeah, I if I were to rate this movie, I think it's personally S tier. Not only is it just a great film to rewatch, it was well written, great actors, great casting, great moments all around. I will say, I guess if I were to make one little gripe, and it's not even, I don't really mind it. I guess they could have maybe added more scenes of him as Iron Man, but even with what we got for him in the suit for this first film, it was fine, and they obviously more than made up for the Iron Man screen time in the later films, so not a big deal. But yeah, definitely S tier for me. What about you, Marty?
So fantastic film. What it did for superhero movies is put them on the map pretty much. This was also notably in the timeline when Marvel was still its own company before the Disney takeover happened.
Yeah, that's true.
It sticks to, well, it doesn't stick to the origin completely, obviously, but it's faithful to it.
It removed a lot of the silliness, and it was also doing that thing that was popular at the time and trying to make everything as realistic as possible.
Yeah, try and like apply it to our modern world. Even with all that, there was still a lot of cool references to original things, like the suit he makes in the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, I think it's a good film. It's still probably would enjoy watching it to this day. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I did watch it a lot, so I have a pretty good memory of it.
That scene is goated, by the way. That whole like sequence of him building the suit in the cave.
Yeah.
Like,
I will say, if my memory is right, though, like specifically the cave and like the desert, the cinematography of it, I think, was like kind of grainy. Maybe I don't know if I'm right or wrong about that. That could have just been what I was watching it on too. I don't know. But
Yeah,
that
maybe
could
what
just
you're
be it being dated. That said, though, just for what it did for the franchise, even it should be an S tier for that alone. And if it wasn't, then high A tier for sure.
Yeah.
I personally would throw it in the high A tier.
High A.
Yeah.
Just simply because I mean it still got like it still has its age. Like the
Yeah,
special
you can
effects
feel
are
it.
actually like top tier, especially now looking at it from how far we've come. But there are the slightest bit of pacing issues for like the rewatchability. I know I've watched it many times, but the stuff in the cave and there after he gets out of the cave, it slows down a little bit, and that's where the movie starts kind of like fizzling a little bit, but then it picks right back up. But I look at some of these other movies that we're going to put in S tier, and I already know that if we did put this in S tier, this is going to be like at the bottom of S tier, and that's why I might as well like if it's going to be like so good, like we're talking up a big game for it. So for me, like if it's that good and it's still going to get like beat out by like so many other projects in my eyes, like I would just put it at the top of
it. High A tier.
Top A is fine, definitely. It's still a great film. I agree. Obviously, so we watched that edited version, and it made it. Even with the edited version, I could definitely feel the downtime like that we got. So that's definitely reason enough to put it in A tier.
So I'm thinking above.
It's definitely above Spider. Oh, there you go. Yeah, definitely above Spidey at the high A tier. So we can go ahead and move on then to the Incredible Hulk.
The Incredible Bulk.
The Incredible Bulk.
I am an apologist for this movie. I have been on record like many times on the internet and in all discussions with friend groups and whatnot. I like a lot of what this movie was trying to give us. And Hulk movies are so difficult, and it's not just because they Universal owns the rights to the movie, to the character, to do a solo films. He can only appear as a guest in other people's projects.
Oh, okay.
Because Bruce Banner is a character that spends the entire time trying to rid himself of the one thing that the audience came to the theater to see.
Right.
And that's just his story. That's his shtick. People don't care about Bruce Banner. We look at how Bruce Banner is now, and we haven't seen the Hulk since 2019 when Thanos smacked him.
Yeah.
In the beginning of Infinity War.
Yep.
People don't care about Bruce Banner. People should care about Bruce Banner because he's the person behind there, but they just ultimately want to see the Hulk smash. And I'm somewhere between both, where I want to see the back and forth. I want to see Banner talk to Hulk, and that's something that the MCU hasn't given us. But at least with this movie, you kind of get this little like inkling of him accepting what he has become.
At the end.
Yeah, towards the end, he does. I mean, and I agree, because I personally I do like Bruce Banner, but the people just want to see Hulk smash, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, it's very entertaining to watch that. But this specific movie, after rewatching it, was definitely more of like a character development film for Bruce Banner. So like, I feel like if you appreciate character development, like the movie is solid, but a lot of people would probably find this movie pretty boring. I don't know if maybe that's my personal take on it. It's pretty slow, but the action scenes that we do get in it are pretty hype.
Me want to see Hulk smash. Hulk only smashed 2 times. Hulk smash only 2 times, only go up 2 tier, C tier.
He smashed 2.5 times. I say half because the first time he hulked out was in the shadows.
Oh yeah,
and he was getting shot up, and you didn't really get to see him. But yeah, I mean, it's some of the side characters that I really like.
I was gonna say
William
A-Bomb, kind of the highlight.
Hurt, William Hurt as Thunderbolt Ross was perfect casting. May he rest in peace. He was something that I was very happy to see return in later MCU projects, acknowledging that this movie still was relevant. I really like his character. I like the way he portrayed him. He really sold that like military, like head of the military that has a job to do and knows his duty. Duty is to his country. He doesn't give two damns about how that
Proud to be an American.
He doesn't care what that does to your feelings. I don't care. He's basically like he told Blonsky that, as far as I'm concerned, that man's body is the entire property of the United States government. Simply because he was experimenting on himself to give them what they want, and he wants to reproduce the Hulk. The guy that plays Emil Blonsky, I really liked him, Tim Roth.
Agreed.
Before he turned into Abomination, I really liked his performance. I like how like honed in and willing to like follow his orders and be a soldier. Before we even got to see Captain America, this is just kind of like the type of character that we would see.
Yeah, I agree. And like the fact, like the man had like stones to be like just he went 1v1 against the Hulk, like showed no fear. He got wrecked, but like I gotta give it to him. Like he's a pretty badass in his own right. But yeah, you can go ahead and continue.
No, I mean overall, I think it's pretty comfortable in the C tier.
I'm fine with C. I think
part of me that would say like low B tier, but I think it's still just gonna stay in C. But yeah, I like the final battle. A lot of people don't like it just because it's like I think it's just
It's probably dated now if I watched it again, but I remember enjoying it when I saw it.
Held up.
I think it holds up. I think the Abomination looked really good too.
There's a lot of film bros, and film bros are like people that like have like these like united like thought process about what makes a film good and what doesn't. And like this big thing is always like, oh, CGI battle at the end, bad movie equals bad movie. If you just have CGI at the end of your movie for a battle, then it's a bad movie. I mean, I come to these movies to see some action. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, they weren't gonna like have these guys dress up in makeup and do like the greatest choreography of the 21st century, like in just green and brown paint. Like,
right. I don't get why people complain about the CGI, but
is it better than Spider-Man 3?
Yeah,
I think it's a more well-structured movie than Spider-Man 3.
I said Spider-Man 3 is D tier, so for me, yeah.
Oh yeah, we did say that Spider-Man 3 would be either low C tier or mid C tier. So we'll see how it stands.
I think it'll get reviewed by the end of this at a certain point, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see the comparison. Iron Man 2. Now we have kind of a muffled retelling of this story because we got to watch it mixed in with Hulk and Thor 1 because those movies take place simultaneously within the same week.
Right.
So I've watched it many times, not scrambled, and I gotta tell you, this movie sucks.
Yeah.
It's got good things in it. Like Robert Downey Jr.'s performance throughout the whole thing is good. There's a couple lines that Mickey Rourke has as Whiplash that are decent. But Sam Rockwell as Justin Hammer, he's doing his best out there, but they gave him absolutely nothing really to do. The script did not serve him.
Yeah.
It was just a mess, man. Like the downtime that you have in this movie is just like, it's like I'm watching a TV show. Like someone stitched together scenes from a TV show, and it's just like, okay, here's the next part. Here's the next part. And then we got him discovering an element. We got him like dealing with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We're building up stuff for the Avengers with Nick Fury and Black Widow, and like there's a lot of stylized, great action in it. But there's just
I like a lot of the effects we get.
Yeah, good CG, but I don't know. How do you guys feel?
Yeah.
Well, so after rewatching it, even when it was scrambled in our edit, I could definitely tell there was a lot of downtime. The villain, for me, was super lackluster. The bits I liked, obviously, like you mentioned, him discovering the elements, getting Black Widow in, and Nick Fury was awesome. The final, and seeing War Machine, seeing Brody in the War Machine suit was pretty awesome, and the final fight was really well done. But all that, looking at all that, it just doesn't. It's not enough to justify it to be anything but a D tier for me as well. How about you, Marty?
So I think the movie at its strongest is literally the very beginning with Whiplash versus Iron Man at the racing track. That is probably the strongest sequence in the movie.
After that scene, the movie goes downhill
very quickly.
It does not pick back up. I swear to you, it does not pick back up until the finale when Black Widow does her thing and Rhodey and Iron Man have a very short battle.
Yeah,
just about, yeah. And if you were to show me that, in fact, the trailers love showing us a bunch of clips from that first segment.
Yeah, making us think
memory serves.
Final battle.
It makes me suspicious that they knew, but yeah, but it probably lived in here.
I remember coming out of the theaters disappointed, and the people I went to go see it with were like looking at me like I was nuts, and I was like, "Were we watching the same movie?" Like, I don't know. The people that I went to go see that movie with, we had a very long streak of going to see bad movies, and me being the only one disappointed. So I was like, "You guys are like." I thought I was easy to please, but like.
My first viewing of it, I liked it, but this also was early in Marvel or in MCU, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were also kids,
and there's that.
I'll say I'll add that I didn't know that we were even in the process of an Avengers level thing, like.
Well, I mean, we knew that it had been thrown around as a name, but we didn't know the extent of it.
I didn't know about the after credit scene in Iron Man 1 for a long time.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay.
No, I mean, nobody stayed for the credits that long back then, and I didn't have any internet access to know.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't the norm.
So when Iron Man 2 had Nick Fury in it, I was like, why is he talking to him? I'm like, he's already known him. Like,
did I miss something?
There was a cool little connection to the previous end credit scene, which made end credit scenes relevant. But
it's true.
Then you had the after credit scene in this movie for the next movie that we're going to talk about, Thor. But overall, this one it's got to be D tier for me. Like I've tried many times to give it the benefit of the doubt. I've watched this movie because I've done Phase 1 marathons and rewatched it so many times that every time I come to this movie, it's the one I dread, and I just don't like. I keep telling myself, "Oh, it ain't gonna be that bad. It's just gotta get through this, and then you're almost there."
I praised its special effects, but like the problem with that is that the special effects in almost all these movies is just almost always good. So it's not like it's much praise.
Yeah.
Right.
So, all right. Let's jump on to Thor 1. I'll put it there for now. For me, a lot of people hate this movie, man. A lot of people hate on it. And for me, there are some small things that I have complaints about. But, like, there's this thing in the MCU, because it's like this long, ongoing program, right? It's like One Piece. It's like it's never going to end.
Yeah.
When you look at this movie and you see how much of a little shithead Thor was at the beginning of this movie, and it's irritating. It's because you're supposed to feel that way. He needed humbling, and he needed character development, and you go from where he was to where he ends up in like Infinity War and Endgame, and he's a whole different person. Like he has evolved so much, and he's one of my favorite characters in the entire franchise. And I think he gets a lot of good development starting here. Even you go from Thor to Avengers and how he develops and how different he is. It shows that he learned something from this movie, and I think that it plays out really well, other than a few pacing issues when he's down there without his hammer on Earth. The first opening battle where he goes to kill some frost giants, great stuff.
Oh yeah, that was a really cool sequence.
One thing I do wish that the franchise did keep going with it for his franchise was more of his friends. I want to see more character development for his friends. That he should have had like his own little like guild of like, and you could call them the Viking Power Rangers, whatever. But they should have had a little bit more development in my eyes throughout the rest of the movies, and I think that might have been the key to fixing it a little bit more, and especially when they get killed off later. You might have felt it a little bit more. You might have cared a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
But anyways, how do you guys feel about this one?
So after rewatching it, I agree with you 100%. It's an enjoyable film. He's one of my favorite characters as well. I love seeing it, looking at this movie and seeing where he is in the more current films. I definitely agree with pretty much everything you said. I don't really have much more to add on. With the pacing issues, I do agree. Like, it was pretty slow throughout the movie. Like, I was noticing when we were rewatching it, I was like trying my best to stay focused on it. But I liked Jane's character. I forget the professor's name, but he's an enjoyable character. I like their like dynamic with Thor. That was really funny and enjoyable. This movie also introduced Hawkeye, which was pretty cool to see. Just showing more, giving us a little bit more of Avengers stuff. So that was pretty cool to see. That's about it for me. I agree with a C tier as well. How about you, Marty? From what you remember, how'd you like this one?
I do remember this movie getting a lot of hate when it came out. Although, when I finally got around to seeing it, I just remember liking it a lot. I thought it was cool. I enjoyed it. I didn't mind the pacing too much for when he was on Earth, but I could see why people would have issue with it. But one of the biggest highlights of the movie, though, is Loki. Because we're here talking about Thor, but this is where we first meet Loki, and he kills it, and he will continue to kill it.
Oh, I don't know how. I forgot to mention. I'm 100% agree with that too. What's the actor's name? Tom
Hiddleston.
Tom Hiddleston, amazing. He also made that role his own, and he, like you said, like looking at his character in this movie into current events, it's like, whoa, what a difference.
And I will also agree with what Fabian had said about Thor's friend group. I really wish we got a deeper dive of exploration on them.
Yeah,
it's a real shame. That said, though, we did at least get a lot of Heimdall, because I very much
awesome. Him. Yeah, love his character, love the design. Yeah.
Overall, I really like the movie. I'd probably put it in low B.
Low B?
Yeah, I liked it enough. I think it outshines its flaws.
You know what? I agree with that. We'll keep it in B tier for now, and we'll pretty much automatically put anything else above it.
Fair.
Yeah.
So now we got Captain America: The First Avenger. Just starting it there for now. This, I will tell you, is a movie that I was not too fond of to boot at the start. I saw it in theaters when it came out. There's that trailer for Avengers at the end as an end credit scene at the end of this one. So that's really what the joke was, that this was literally a trailer for the Avengers movie, because it literally had a trailer for the Avengers movie. But I think, as some people were criticizing this movie and calling him kind of lame or not nobody's favorite Avenger, things like that. There were jokes everywhere. It was just like, oh, he's not that great. It's one of the worst movies ever. This movie is aged like fine wine. Simply because of all his other appearances have helped build up his character, and it's just, again, The same thing as Thor. These movies age well because of how much more development they get throughout time. And nothing is more true than for Captain America. Like
Yeah.
Steve Rogers is just he's the answer to every right or wrong question. Like he is the right when there is wrong. Like
Yeah, and the casting was like perfect. Like that's what I loved about, because I just love Chris Evans as Captain America. So that's what made the movie enjoyable for me personally.
yeah. I can't really say much else. One of my main complaints when I first saw this movie was the montage scene. So like you get
Oh, I love that part.
you pretty much get everything all the way up until after he's done becoming Captain America is fantastic. Great build up. The CGI is a little iffy on his big head on the little scrawny body, but
Yeah,
whatever.
they can only do so much with that.
After that, it kind of slows down because of the propaganda stuff, and that's just like a little nod to what they literally use Captain America for in the comics.
I was gonna say his actual purpose.
Yeah.
And then he saves everybody from that compound, and then after that, it leads into a montage scene that I was never too crazy about because I wanted to see that action. I wanted to see the plans. I wanted to go tit for tat with what was happening, and then it gets to the train scene, and it just felt like I missed a good portion of the movie of him pissing off the Red Skull. But I've forgiven it. It's just something that I just have to look past every time I watch the movie.
It'd have to be like a 3-hour film to really go over that, and even then, they won't be able to do it justice, possibly.
I could have lived without the propaganda stuff.
They definitely could have taken out the propaganda stuff. It wasn't needed, but obviously it was a nice nod to the comic. I agree with everything you just said. I mean, also the Red Skull as a villain was awesome. Like great casting on their part. He looked the CGI, like the scene where like when he's first like he's on like that little catwalk thing, and you can see like his eyes like lowered, but you can start seeing the red, and then he rips off his face. That was such a cool like scene. And I also think they did. I feel like we could have used more time for Steve and Bucky's relationship, but for what we got, it was enough to like show how good of friends they were. But I would have liked more of that and more with him and Peggy. If they were, because they kept going back, they keep going back to their relationship throughout the movies, and I feel like we got maybe a bit more of their relationship on screen. I would have, not that I don't care personally, but
I think for them it was the lack of relationship, and because they didn't have that time because they were always fighting the war, that it's what makes it hit that they kind of both had this mutual understanding that, hey, this is going on right now, but when it's over, I'd like to, I'm kind of interested, and that's why when he goes down in the plane, he's kind of like finally asking her out because the vibe's always been there.
True, yeah, and that made it more emotional. Definitely.
Yeah, it makes it hit.
One thing. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
One thing I was gonna say that I like a lot too is, as much as a superhero film too, it's also very much a World War II film, and it owns that the entire movie. Even the way it's shot, it feels like a war film with like the tones they use a lot of the time.
Yeah. I am a big fan when movies, because it's difficult. I've been a fan of this since I saw Titanic when I was a kid. When it's a lot of work to create something that was to create something and make it feel like it's from a different time period.
Yeah.
On the screen, and make it feel authentic and make you feel like you're in that place. So I'm a big fan when things do that. The only time I'm not a fan of is, and I've recently discovered this, I just don't like when shows put you in a Western. I don't like Westerns. I don't like the Old West. Unless it's a Wild Wild West with Will Smith, no truth in fiction. I just don't like going to the Wild Wild West. It's just a boring time period to me. But
that's fair.
That's a side note for me. But yeah, I want to put it. I want to say high B tier.
I think high B tier is fine. Do we like it more than Thor? I
Oh,
feel like I like it more than Thor 1 personally. Like,
Yeah.
after
Well, I mean,
rewatching
we said
it,
that Thor was going to be bottom B tier.
we did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think B tier is fine for Cap. It was a good origin story. We could have used less propaganda, more him being Captain America, but for what we got, like you said it perfectly. It's aged like fine wine, and it's definitely a film that I feel like you go back and rewatch still.
Yeah, it holds up. Even separate from the MCU, it's still a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
And now,
Just put that in S tier. Don't even. What are you doing? Stop that right now. Avengers.
oh man,
Feels like we got to Avengers too fast.
this is, we're an hour and 10 minutes into this.
I was gonna say an hour for just the phase 1, but go ahead.
And the Spider-Man movies, but
Oh
as
yeah.
far as Avengers, man, this movie set off the culture. This
Yep.
movie made it okay for people to be nerds in public. Made everything cool. It set everything off. I give this thing the credit for everybody wanting to know more about comic book characters, watching all these old superhero movies, wanting to watch anime, wanting to read books, like all this other shit. This movie made so much money off of the general public, of normies, and people were losing their mind. Nobody had seen anything like this. They successfully laid the groundwork for each character almost in every in 4-5 single stories, and grouped them all together in a crossover, and it was actually a good movie.
Yep.
And it succeeded. It was freaking perfect. It leveled up each one of these characters in every way. It not only continued their stories where they left off. Thor is important for this. The Hulk gets his development in this. The Captain America questions the military, interacts with modern day people. Tony learns to work with a team and learns that he's not always going to have a winning situation. Clint is there.
Hey, he does that shooting something without looking at it scene.
Yeah, I think Hawkeye is now a beloved character, but at the time he was kind of like the odd man out.
Definitely the
people
weakest
love Black
at the
Widow. She got her development of going from being the espionage person to working with a team. I've seen this movie over 30 times, and 6 times in theaters. This movie absolutely was brilliant. Everything about it was perfect. Screen time was shared pretty equally. Loki was great. Every little reference, even the little things, like when Tony opens up the briefcase and it shows all the other people's profiles, and it's playing scenes from each one of the individual movies.
Yeah, that was really
Perfect. It's just like those little bits of acknowledgement that you all exist to each other. It was just so superb. Like, I can't even. It was just such a treat, and it was literally my childhood dream. It's like somebody picked it out of my brain and made it 10 times better.
And we got our first strip feeding of Thanos too.
Yeah, that was a big deal. I didn't know Thanos very well at the time, so I wasn't exactly sure who he was. But little did I know how big of a deal he really was. And I agree with everything you said, Fabian. The only thing I want to add is that the comedy in this movie is like, this movie I would classify it as a comedy on top of an action film, because the comedy is just on point. And all the memes that we've got from this movie too, man. Like, there's a lot of memes. And the music for it was epic too. I really like that. But yeah, everything Fabian said, I agree. This is a high S tier, no question. How did you feel about it, Marty?
I mean, I'll obviously agree it's an S tier. I think it's a phenomenal film, and while I'll agree that it definitely popular words are hard today.
You're good.
Popularized nerd culture. I don't think it elevated everything, because I'm not sure if this is when Attack on Titan came out, But there was some things that also did for anime too. It definitely helped. Everything helped each other for popularizing everything. But that said, though, obviously the action in the movie is great. The effects are great, but I want to take a second to acknowledge the one take we get when we go from each hero fighting. That particular shot, where it's who does it start with there? Maybe Cap, maybe Iron Man. I forget.
Oh, when they all pose together.
That it ends with them posing, meeting up.
Yeah, and then that's when Cap gives them all like their orders, what to do, and
Yeah.
they start to work together as a team. That's iconic.
That particular scene is incredibly standout in the film.
Yeah, definitely agreed.
Then like the big one for Phil Coulson to have died when
Yes.
he was basically like
to have died, quote
in
unquote.
3 out of 4 of those movies, and then also to be like pretty connected to Cap because he was a big Cap fan and he designed Captain America's suit. One little detail about that suit is that people don't like it, but you got to understand that a fanboy made it, and that's why it looks like that.
Right.
That's true.
That's why it looks like, like what Phil Coulson envisioned his hero to be.
Yeah, more old school still. He went with the old school vibe. I like the suit, honestly. I didn't know a lot of people didn't like it.
No, yeah, it was news to me, but that's why I like it, is because one, it gives me a good excuse for why the suit
looks the way it does.
It has meaning, and he was proud to wear it because, the dude was a big fan, and that's
right.
the final battle.
American.
But yeah, I don't think there's anything more than we could really say. Avengers was goated. That summer, right afterwards, we got our reboot of Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
I think it fits somewhere right here, personally.
I would agree with that. I could give you my quick opinion on this movie now. I like the suit for it, and I liked the villain was okay. Not the greatest villain, but I liked what we got with the villain. We got some good fighting scenes with him, but I didn't personally like. At first, I didn't like Andrew Garfield as Peter. That was just me more because I like Tobey Maguire. I was just more used to him. Having, as the years have gone by now, I like Andrew Garfield, but at the time I thought he was kind of just this like annoying, like whiny teenager. But I guess that's how Peter's maybe supposed to be. I don't know if that's what they were going for.
So I think what they were basing this more off of was a more modern take of Spider-Man, which was Ultimate Spider-Man, because that kid was still in high school. So he really, like, people would still pick on him, but he really wasn't taking anybody's shit. Like, he was just kind of stood up for himself. Like, he wasn't doing spider powers or anything, but he wasn't like letting people shove him in a locker or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he felt too cool for Peter Parker a lot of the time.
Felt like he was trying too hard to be cool or something. But
yeah, I think that had to do with the writing for him. Just the way that the
I don't think it's the actor's fault. Yeah.
The actor did a fine job.
Phenomenal actor.
He's a really good actor.
Evidence, the proof in the pudding, if you've ever seen him in other movies that aren't superheroes. But my main issue for me is this was yet another attempt to make the dark superhero.
That's true.
It was trying to make Spider-Man a dark character, and you can see that they try to rectify that later in the sequel. But his suit was way darker than it needed to be. It looked like he was wearing like the texture of a basketball as his suit. It looks cool like at a first glance, but like the longer you look at it, something that doesn't look right. It's a good prototype, like to start off,
Yeah.
So if we hadn't gotten the suit in the second one, then I would have been like pissed if this was the one that we kept getting. But
the de facto.
I liked the finale of the movie, especially when like all those dudes switch the cranes around so that he can do his first ever swing through the city. To go stop everything. I like Captain Stacy. Great story in the comics where he passes away. I like the chemistry between Gwen and Andrew.
Yeah.
Gwen and Peter were a great thing. They're just between the two movies. They're such like great little nuggets of greatness, and like just good Spider-Man stuff. It's just like it falls flat. It's got like the Sony vibe to it.
Mhm.
Yeah, Sony's got a vibe.
They don't know what they want to do, but they're gonna do it anyways.
And they do have this tendency to go dark, which with Spider-Man is just not right because he's meant to be such like a bubbly character most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go dark after something's happened to him. I mean, I know Uncle Ben died.
He's done some messed up things,
but I don't know. It just felt like the tone was a little off with how this one was directed and the way that the tone was. But yeah, I put it right there in the C tier.
Agreed.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
All right, now this was one that Bowler and I have been, I think, swayed a little differently. Maybe somewhere in here.
I would say high B tier.
What am I looking at here?
We're on Iron Man 3.
Oh, you're being far more generous than I would be.
So you probably have only.
Here, I'll sum up the things that I've said, like, because I've said this in my other videos before. This movie had the expectation of following up the biggest blockbuster hit that they had ever seen, that anyone has ever seen for a superhero movie.
That is also true.
By himself, and it was just Iron Man. And the story decided to tell us a character-driven story. It was not about the Iron Man suit. It wasn't about having these crazy battles with Iron Man suits. It was about Tony Stark. It was about humble beginnings, because he had been humbled again after seeing an alien invasion. He thought he knew how everything worked, and now he has to learn how to work in a new world and what to do about it and how to solve the next problem. Yep. And he doesn't know how to solve problems. He feels like he doesn't know how to solve any problems anymore. And he slowly learns how to get back to himself throughout this movie. He's struggling with PTSD. Something that he never, he's a braggadocious billionaire playboy philanthropist. He never thought that he would be having panic attacks, anxiety attacks. He was going through it. And when you look at this movie and how it played out at the end, it makes it look like Robert Downey Jr. was done with being Iron Man. Like, we didn't know his future. There was a definite lingering in the air of is he signed on to do Avengers 2? Like, what? How is he going to be done after just one Avengers movie?
Right.
There's all those factors keyed into why a lot of people hated this movie, because it just was doomed to fail because of the type of story that they needed to tell. But I think it's the story they needed to tell. Now, it's not all sunshine and rainbows the way I'm describing it, but the Mandarin is still a big what the flip. Why did they do that?
That is my main issue with the movie. I was going to say, everything you've said was not my issue with the movie.
Yeah, they really they teased us with that, and I agree that's probably my biggest gripe, and most people's gripe was what they did with the villain. But after rewatching it, I forget the guy's name, but I still liked him as a villain. I thought he did okay.
The Adrian Pierce guy?
Yeah.
So my problem is with him just being the Mandarin, because if we go to the comics a bit, I know the MCU is not the comics, obviously, but the Mandarin is a huge character in the comics. And I don't like how they did him.
They obviously fixed that later, but at the time it was a big disappointment. We didn't know that we were getting, Shang-Chi, and they were going to fix all that. But yeah, so if we're looking at it like now, having that knowledge, the film is okay. Like they fixed the issues. In my opinion, they fixed the issues. They do a really good one shot.
Kind of the same effect as how we were talking about with Thor and Cap 1. The newer stuff, the stuff that came afterwards, helped improve upon the stuff that came before it.
Yeah,
because now
exactly.
you know where things end up.
Yeah,
I agree that it helped, but I still don't forgive them for the Mandarin.
That's fair. I don't know. With all you said, Fabian, I agree. Loved Tony Stark's character development in this film. The villain itself, not the best, but I still think this is it's still deserving of a B tier. Maybe I don't know if you want to argue it, Marty, but if I think above Cap and Thor is fine. How do you feel about it, Marty?
I would rather watch Captain America and Thor than Iron Man 3.
Yeah. How about you, Fabian? What do you say? Like, I would say...
having rewatched it, I honestly would rather rewatch Iron Man 3 than those other ones.
Yeah. It's more...
And it's purely, like, Tony's just such a great character himself. And when you see him go through that story, it's definitely better than Iron Man 2, like a landslide.
Yes.
And I don't know, the Trevor Slattery, I don't know which one it is. His character has improved and become a crucial part of, like, in Shang-Chi. And, like, I'll tell you this, if Iron Man had to fight the real Mandarin at any point in his career, that would have been diced.
I was going to say, he's getting smoked.
He would have gotten wrecked.
And I mean, at this point in time, if they were going to do a real Mandarin and do it the way that they did in Shang-Chi, people would have been like, right after the Avengers movie, I don't think people would have swallowed that pill.
Yeah, maybe.
With those 10 rings. Like, I don't think...
It just would have been cool, though, to see, like, the introduction of some of the more mystical elements in Marvel, which we get later.
They would have, but they weren't. I don't...
The general public probably wouldn't have been ready for it, but the general public wasn't ready for anything after Avengers.
Things escalate in a very unique way with these movies.
Yeah.
So I mean, you'll see as we go along how they, like, sprinkled in a new, like, attribute or a new world or a new speck of the Marvel universe through each film. And that's how they get you to swallow the pill a little bit easier throughout. If you're going to introduce, like, magic in all this mysticism and all, like, this other stuff in this movie with a Mandarin, then it's going to be kind of weird in Doctor Strange. It's going to be kind of weird in, like, WandaVision. It's going to be weird in Agatha, like, to have seen all this other stuff first. And then you never got that slow build in those other movies. You didn't get to learn about that stuff through that person's eyes. Like, pulling off Thor was already a challenge enough at this time, because they had
Thor might be why it happened the way it did, actually, because at the time Thor was pretty poorly received compared to the others.
Fair, yeah, maybe they, because of
that could be why they even took the approach they did.
Were hesitant, yeah. But yeah, I think still I would agree with high B tier. I would rather watch Iron Man 3 before I'd watch the other two. And we can always fix it up as the movies go on, but I think we got your beat for now, Marty.
All right, here's this one. And
yes.
Upon the rewatch, it's still not a good movie. Like, I think it's fine. It's just such a, like, it's just there, you know? Like, it's not, like, outrageously bad because it still has, like, the basic structure of a movie, like, down. Like, you're just on the journey along with them. It's got some good, like, little comedy lines and halfway decent action. It's just kind of, like, just boring.
I agree. I like some of it. I like some of the lore for it, some of the action scenes, but overall, I think.
Oh, this is Dark World.
I would even rather watch.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you can't see it. It's Thor: The Dark World.
Oh yeah, no, this was always going to live here.
Yeah, it's definitely a D. I would actually say it's below Iron Man 2. I would rather personally rewatch Iron Man 2 before that. But how do you guys feel?
Me personally, I would rather watch Thor: The Dark World than Iron Man 2.
I would rather watch the opening scene of Iron Man 2 than Thor: Dark World.
I'm just going off the most recent rewatch that we had.
Hey.
It's not
Yeah.
as bad as my memory holds of it, but it's just still kind of like
My memory is not kind to it.
I have high complaints about Iron Man 2. I'm just kind of like meh about Thor 2 because it doesn't do much.
Yeah.
So it's just like
I like it.
the one that I have like a crap ton of complaints about is Iron Man 2. The one that I'm just kind of like, that's alright, is Thor: The Dark World. Because I mean, you could just say like Malekith is a wasted villain, but like, what? I mean, it gives us the ether. It has some relevance later to the actual MCU.
Yeah, that's true. That's where I was going with the lore for it. I guess if you want to put it above Iron Man 2, we can. It can always.
I disagree. I think it's right where it's supposed to be.
I don't think it. I mean, if you look at the structure of an actual like film, it still does things more correctly than Iron Man 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think above Iron Man 2 is fine.
I mean, we're basically arguing about like which turd looks better, the one with corn in it or the one without corn in it. Like,
yeah, they're both B tier. I think we can leave it at that.
all right.
Let's move on to a better film. One of the best.
Soldier.
Captain America: The Winter Soldier, Marty.
We were rewatching this recently.
Oh, and it holds up.
Does it not stop?
It is an intense, thrilling, action-packed ride. Its story is very impactful on the MCU as a whole, because we obviously see the like we see Shield, like you find out that Hydra infiltrated Shield. We get the Winter Soldier. We get one of my personal favorite character introductions, Falcon. Like, what's not to love about this film?
More Widow, more Fury, more everything. More is more. More like made Captain America cool. Great action sequences. Great.
Oh, the ship
great
scene.
Great car chase.
Oh yeah.
Great, like pretty much a war happens at the end of the movie. A small battle, if you want to at least say that, like the buildings being destroyed, helicarriers, like full flight, one-on-one battles, insane build-up, scene to scene, interrogation, and like everything is just so intense. It just never stops. Like it's really high up there for superhero movies for me.
I agree, Marty.
And movies in general, I would say.
Oh yeah,
I do think it's a really good film. It requires homework though, which is rough for anyone who because you can't just sit down and watch it and understand everything without context. It doesn't make the movie bad, but I still think it's a great film. I don't think it's better than Avengers. I wouldn't put it above, but I do think it's a great film.
I agree. I would put it Avengers above it personally, but yeah. Having said all that, another thing I really liked is the besides the ship infiltration, the scene where he in the elevator, like that really tense scene.
Oh yeah, that's a good.
You're slowly seeing like all these people come in, and you just see Steve Rogers like looking around, like, why is everyone so tense? And then they do that. They just got so many good action films or scenes. Sorry, and even if you don't haven't watched like all these MCU movies, I personally think you could watch this movie as it's own action film. Like if you just ignore like the Shield storyline, like the Winter Soldier stuff, you could kind of get away with like not having seen the original Captain America movie, and because all you really need to know is he was a friend that he thought passed away, but he's actually alive. And I don't know, it's just peak Captain America. I don't think it deserves to be anywhere but S tier.
Yeah. I don't know. After having rewatched it, I mean, I've watched it plenty of times, but that most recent rewatch really put it in for me. That even I that I mean, I know there's outside factors like with the cultural impact of Avengers and how like that really came through for a lot of us that were fans of nerdy things for a long time when nobody else was, and launched everything, and it really set a match and lit the fuse on the culture. But watching Winter Soldier this most recent time, running it back, that movie it does so much so well in every moment of its runtime that it's just nothing is a wasted moment in that movie. And not to say that there isn't that isn't true for Avengers, but I just really like Winter Soldier. I don't know. I would put it above Avengers, but you guys got me beat out.
Yeah, I think just looking at it like as like on the whole, like Avengers just has
It
it
didn't
beat
do
by.
what Avengers did.
Yeah, like it's still
It's a great film.
great film, but Avengers just has it beat by a little bit for me personally.
And now we got this guy.
Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yeah, D tier 100%. Like you said, the suit was definitely an upgrade, and I really like the Gwen Stacy storyline.
The swinging in this movie, man. The way he swings is fantastic.
Really well done with
such
that.
a shame that the movie.
It's the villains for me, man. The villains are pretty lackluster. Like,
I'm noticing
it's not even casting on it either. It's just something about the villains that just I couldn't get behind. I don't know.
Yet again, Sony interference, creating too many storylines, trying to set up more movies.
Yeah, it did the same thing Spider-Man 3 did, where it just had way too much going on.
But I will say for a long time, I was saying that this movie was better than Spider-Man 3. But, like, this has a world to lean on that was already, like, doing well.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's why I've since retracted that statement and say that this movie is better than Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I agree.
Great chemistry again with Gwen and Peter.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the most heartbreaking scenes, regardless of the quality of the entire movie, is Gwen Stacy's death.
Yes.
And I really wish that scene was in a better movie. The whole stuff with like Peter discovering stuff for his parents, a waste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Storylines on top of storylines. It's trying to set up a Sinister Six movie. It just was not.
Just too clustered.
There was it was just not planned out. They were trying to set up something. I mean, a good thing they did fail, because otherwise we wouldn't have gotten Spider-Man in the MCU.
True.
How about you, Marty?
Not much else to say about it. It doesn't stand out as a good film in my mind. All I can remember is the Gwen Stacy scene and the Sinister Six like thing at the very end. Mm-hmm. That's almost all I remember from it.
Which could have been cool if done correctly.
The designs for them were cool.
Yeah, I like the designs, but
yeah.
But yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 1.
That was a good film.
I'd slap it right there.
Putting in an S tier, huh?
Oh, well, dude, this movie, I mean, we rewatched it. For it, not even considering it as a part of the MCU.
Yeah, as standalone.
As a movie in general, it is a grand spectacle of a space adventure of a family of misfits forming together to save the universe on a last whim type of plan. This is like Star Wars stuff. Like, this is like, it's like a bunch of Han Solos just formed a team.
It's one of the rare movies, too, you can watch with no connection to MCU and just enjoy it by itself.
Yeah. I agree. Other than like the small little bits of MCU content they throw in. Yeah, I definitely think either it would either be S tier or high A. I think S tier is fine. I knew nothing about the characters going into it, so when I first watched it, I didn't know what to expect, and all the actors did a phenomenal job. The soundtrack for this film is amazing.
I was gonna say the soundtrack needs to get talked about a little.
Soundtrack, like those they put in so many classic songs that everyone loves, very catchy songs. The comedy was on point. Um, I really don't know what much else to say. I definitely think I would put it like it. This is just a personal opinion. I would put it below Spider-Man, still S tier, but below Spider-Man. I don't know about you guys.
I agree. Yeah.
I'd probably put it above, but yeah.
Um, the movie itself is just a very nice surprise. It had no right being as good as it was. And part of the beauty of that James Gunn always has is that he has a knack for making the unknown work.
Yeah,
As he has with one of the few good DC projects, Peacemaker and Suicide Squad. But,
right.
next up is our next standing argument, and Marty, I don't think you've watched this show,
Hmm.
Daredevil. So
I've seen most of it.
Oh, you have?
Including seasons 1 through 3.
I've seen seasons 1 and 2. I didn't see season 3. I don't know why. I did see Defenders though.
See, the last seasons of all these shows were kind of coming out around the time where they were finally. It seemed like it was finally confirmed that they were not going to be referenced by the MCU movies in any way. These shows would always reference the MCU, but the MCU would never reference them. Therefore,
Yep.
the MCU wasn't. These shows weren't canon to the MCU, but the MCU was canon to them.
It's worth noting too, at the end of these shows is when the Disney takeover finally happened.
Was it? I don't remember off the top of my head.
Wait, what?
Wasn't it?
No, I mean
I
this
thought it
came
was.
out. Daredevil season 1 came out right before Age of Ultron was going to come out.
Yeah, but no, I thought like season 3 was after season 3's launch, or maybe slightly before it was when Disney finally bought Marvel.
No, Disney bought Marvel around Iron Man 2.
Was it at Iron Man 2? I thought it was much later.
Thor 1 was the first Disney produced product. And then
Okay.
Captain America as well. You could tell the difference when you rewatch them too. The tone that they were going for. And then Avengers 1 was also the first Disney umbrella thing. They had a lot of money behind it.
That's true.
But anyways, season 3 of Daredevil, since you haven't watched it, is, and I don't know if Bowler feels this way, we watched it together. I even rewatched it with him. Rewatching things when you're a backlogger is a privilege, a hot commodity of putting your time out there to rewatch something. I love season 3. Season 3 is one of the best seasons of television, period, to me.
Okay.
Great characters, great deconstruction of a character, rebuilding a character. In order to watch season 3, you have to have seen how Defenders ends. But
yes,
regardless,
yeah,
I really loved it. I personally put this show on a very high pedestal. I put it in S tier.
Of the Netflix shows, I think it is the strongest, probably. Well, maybe.
No, it's
all together. For all of its seasons put together.
All of its seasons together, yes, it's the strongest.
Yeah, definitely the strongest of those Netflix or whatever
because
shows.
Punisher was really good.
I've only seen season 1 for that, but we'll get to that. I agree. Season 3 was amazing. We got to pretty much binge it. Me and Fabian binged it like a day and a half. I did not want to stop watching it. It's intense, very well written. Like he said, it obviously at the end of Defenders, Daredevil. I don't remember everything, but I remember Daredevil was like going through a hard time, and it definitely shows in the beginning of the 3rd season.
Well, he basically sacrificed himself.
I was gonna say at end of Defenders, he's considered dead.
Yeah,
right, that's what it was. Okay,
he was like washed up in the sewage pipes of the destroyed building.
Like didn't like the crushed like dragon bone or something resurrect him, or at least that was the standing theory.
Nah, he just managed to survive.
Okay.
Yeah, but I love I believe his name is Charlie Cox. Again, I keep saying this, but like That's one of the things I love about the MCU movies is that the casting is always on point. They never they usually get it right, at least for the heroes, and they obviously got it right again here. Love the suit when we in season one they were just showing he was just like an all black kind of like I know Batman at least in the animated series did that too where he didn't have an official suit yet, but even when he was in that suit he looked pretty badass. But once they got his actual suit, it was really awesome. I love all three seasons. I agree with S tier. Out of all the shows, I think that one is definitely S tier.
We also got a Kingpin too.
Oh well, one of the best villains that they didn't
He was
kill.
so good.
Yeah,
Punisher in season 2, and him going up against him was one of the best parts of season 2. The only real lull for this series was when and this isn't really a knock on the character because the character is a good character. The actress did what she could, but the parts of Elektra just dragged.
Well, Elektra, yeah.
Elektra, yeah.
Yeah.
I like Karen throughout the series more than I will say for Jessica Jones' friend.
Yeah.
No, I forgot about Elektra actually, but I liked Elektra. But yeah, some of her parts dragged. But the whole stuff with the hand was just really cool. Yeah. Really cool stuff. I wanted to know more about them.
The clash with Daredevil and Punisher was also really awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot of material, but
not much else to really say.
This is the most solid show that you could watch. Yeah, you honestly to get away with just watching this and Defenders, and you could pretty much say you've watched the majority of the Netflix stuff. I will say when we get to some of the other series, what I think about the other series, but it is the thing that held up the entire way through.
Yeah. Daredevil was just all good.
All right. Avengers: Age of Ultron.
Age of Ultron.
The Avenger films.
This is the other one that I say aged better because another instance of at the time left a lot of questions on what the hell was that? Why is Iron Man seemingly leaving the Avengers? Is he going to be around for the next Avengers movie? What is going on? And it seemed like he was going to leave, and even though by the time this had come to theaters, we had finally known that Civil War was going to happen. We didn't know how much of Tony we were going to get in that movie. But things worked out for the best. Thor stuff was like a very big miss for a lot of people in this movie. Because of the stuff he did in the pool, like to get his memory or to get the dream back that he was visualizing about the Infinity Stone. Which all plays out in the end. Everything pretty much works out later on, and I don't really have any complaints going back to this. It's just kind of like they doubled down on the quips, and for this movie, it just felt like Joss Whedon was maybe a little bit tired. I didn't like what they did with the Hulk here. He got his Hulkbuster fight, and I'm grateful for that. But
that's true.
Ever since then, in this movie at least, he did nothing. He practically, we got no scenes of the Hulk like fighting a bunch of robots or doing anything smashing like we did in the first movie, and I felt like that needed to be there, especially for a character that isn't getting solo films. But whatever, he got his Hulkbuster fight. The movie gave us a lot. James Spader is a great Ultron. I really like him. He meant to be more of a reflection of Tony since he was created by Tony. So a lot of people didn't like his performance for some reason. And I think that reason is because Ultron in the comics was created by Hank Pym, and Hank Pym is like talking to a wood wall. So
my biggest complaint of the film is something we've discussed on and off all throughout is honestly just the death of Ultron in particular. I'd rather it have been a we locked him away kind of situation, especially given the nature of him.
Yeah, he could have. Well,
What would locking him away do, though? Like, he's a program.
Well, that's kind of my argument to it too. Is that like if he has access to the internet at all, he should still exist.
Well, they
you?
wrote it in there explaining that Vision, who was a creation of Ultron, the Mind Stone, Jarvis, Iron Man tech, and Vibranium, that he was able to wipe the rest of his existence off the net, so he had no longer any connection to the internet on Sokovia. And from then on, their mission was to erase everything that he had on Sokovia off the building, and they had everything of his presence wherever he would be already detected and locked in, and they were able to blow up all those beings.
I understand that, but it's just a bit of a plot device and a hard pill for me to swallow, even with the idea of the Mind Stone. Because, like, if you just create a black box or just put them on USB.
He's a creation of the Mind Stone in this.
What, Vision, you mean?
No, both. Well, I mean, Vision and Ultron.
Yeah, they both are, technically.
So, I mean, if it was just normal comics, yeah, he would be back, and he'd be like sub-level Deep Six, like hidden in a back wall program somewhere deep down, rebuilding his army.
But also, you can make the argument that you've been making all throughout too, is that they do make some forgiveness of this later with the What If.
Yeah, and that's how things would have panned out.
Yeah,
and how it should have. He would have been incredibly unstoppable.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
It's just I like the villains enough. I hate when they're just tossed away all the time. And Ultron in particular is a really cool. Like, one of his sticking points is that he sticks around so much. He's so hard to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the comics it makes sense, but I think because he was, a product of the Mind Stone, that it makes sense that they were able to defeat him. Obviously, I just like when they kill off their villains too, but in this case, I'm okay with it. And it's not like they couldn't come out with like a new, like, if they really wanted to, if someone could create a new Ultron, not Ultron specifically, but like a new like AI robot, whatever. But I agree with everything Fabian said. We got the Hulkbuster, it was awesome. Lot of good scenes. Villain was great. We got an introduction to obviously Scarlet Witch, and you didn't see it coming, but we got Quicksilver, and then as quick as he came in, he left.
Funny enough, it adds a little bit more meaning to how he died. If you go through the deleted scenes, the woman that's kind of like in the town, like you get to see the damage like through her, like Joss Whedon loves doing that, like having one like cast member of an extra basically always having the camera on her to like so you could see what the damage is being done and how a civilian is dealing with damage of the battle. He flirts with her like throughout the movie and like going around in Sokovia. And he knows that she has a kid, and that kid that Hawkeye is protecting is her son.
Yeah, so, that's something that shouldn't have been a deleted scene because it would have added more meaning to his death. But overall, I think Age of Ultron is an A tier, definitely. Obviously, I wanted to see more from the Hulk because they really spoiled us in the first movie with that, but we didn't get that. I really don't have much more to add.
I had to put it atop of B personally.
Yeah, top of B or low A is fine.
Yeah, I'm in the A, like below these.
That's fine.
Better
movies.
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man,
high B.
I'll agree with that. I could make an argument for A, but B is fine. It's not like it's the greatest film ever, but it was a surprise. Like, again,
I never, in my wildest dreams, like I thought I was busy thinking I would never get a good Spider-Man movie in my life.
Right.
Growing up. never did I think that we were going to even get even the thought of an Ant-Man movie. For apparently, this movie was in thought and production for the longest time, for years, before the MCU, and they finally made it. And lo and behold, it actually was a decent movie.
Yeah, it still holds up after rewatching it. Love the cast. It's hilarious. The montage of watching Scott, don the suit and like learn how to control the ants was really fun, really well done. The villain was obviously just okay, but I really like the yellow jacket suit. Not much else I can personally add. I think B is solid. What about you, Marty?
Ant-Man, I liked Ant-Man a lot, honestly. I would probably have put it above Age of Ultron for me personally, but this is where we really see Marvel do it more of a deep dive into comedy in this movie, I think. They did it in Guardians of the Galaxy as well, but this and Guardians are the two that are almost more comedy than action.
Yeah.
I would absolutely agree. I think this is one of the weaker villains we have in the franchise.
Yeah.
The suit's really cool, though.
The suit is cool,
the suit
but the villain is weak.
No,
Yeah, just a petty, angry.
Very petty, yeah.
But the supporting cast are just a riot.
Yes. Yeah, all around solid cast. A lot of good scenes. Like
his friends are the highlight for me.
Louis,
Louis is the best.
Yeah, so good.
Who's the third guy? Who's in Dark Knight?
Oh, I forget his name in the film, but like I think he's got an accent.
Hilarious in the movies, but he has the scene in What If that I absolutely despise.
I don't remember off the top of my head what you're talking about, but
we'll get there. Yeah, I just really like the movie. I like Scott. I like the merit of it, and I think as time has gone on, he has become a very important person. And to come in February, he's going to become even more important. And he's going to become a lot of people's fan favorite real quick, if he isn't already. I've always been a fan of the Ant-Man powers. I've been a fan of the Hank Pym, Scott Lang. I wish that they were there in the first Avengers movie because Ant-Man and the Wasp were founding members.
Yeah, they were original.
Yeah.
But I get it. I understand. It's yet again another hard pill to swallow for the general audience. So we swapped them in for people that don't even have superpowers, and that's cool. But no, yeah, it's a solid.
We're still not into the mystical stuff yet either.
Nope.
We're getting there.
So now for a real tough one for me, and this is where we can start having the conversation of what is Daredevil, the new Daredevil show, going to do to tell us about what is going on with Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Luke Cage?
Right. We don't know the answer to that yet.
Right off the bat, and this might be unpopular to maybe you guys or anybody else that's watching, but Jessica Jones season 1 is my favorite season of the Netflix shows. All of them. And that includes all 3 seasons of Daredevil. Jessica Jones season 1 is incredibly strong. Great.
I agree.
Stuff.
I would rate it very highly. It's not my favorite, but I would rate it very highly.
Yeah, I agree with Marty there. Season 1 was just very well written, but that, in my opinion, is the only good season for Jessica Jones.
Yeah, well, I was getting to that. Season 2 and 3.
This had a season 3?
Yeah,
I haven't seen season 3.
I've watched it. Some of the worst seasons in television. Season 2 was the worst. Season 2 was really bad, and that's because of a character called Patsy Walker.
Oh yeah,
and
really,
her
really poorly written,
white privilege, little antics that she has about not being satisfied with just being a normal little rich girl and wanting to be a superhero like Jessica Jones. And it's infuriating in season 2, and it gets a little bit better in season 3, and then it gets infuriating again. I like the way it plays out because it doesn't. I'm just going to tell you guys now, it does not play out in Patsy's favor. So that was satisfying as hell.
That alone might make it worth finally watching someday, but
that alone made it worth watching to me. But those people, I don't know how they dropped the ball, man. They had such a great cast, and like they didn't have to write her that way. Here's my problem with this, and we'll lay this down now. My problem with these Netflix shows is that they were all ordered to be 13 episodes long. Like when you get that order, Netflix sends it in. Here's your writing team. You have to make this 13 episodes. I command you. And then they don't write out enough material, and they drag out storylines for 13 episodes, and the pacing is thrown way the hell off for stuff that could have been resolved in like an episode or two.
Right.
And it's just annoying, and that's what happens with these Netflix shows.
I have the blessing of only knowing season 1 of Jessica Jones.
I honestly would recommend keeping it that way, but if you've already seen season 2,
I have not.
Yeah.
All I know is the Purple Man, and he was phenomenal.
It was fantastic.
Kilgrave?
Kilgrave.
Yeah, Kilgrave.
Yeah, great. They should have just kept him going as a reoccurring villain, and it might have been better, but they had to kill him off.
Reoccurring him is kind of hard because of how he works.
Right, I know. I'm just saying it's hard to get Jessica Jones. Well, I don't know if it's hard. I don't know her comic character very well, but I feel like they could have somehow at least spread him out to 2 seasons and then did something different for season 3.
Maybe.
But anyway,
so that's what makes this incredibly hard to rank, is because like I rate that first season so highly and those other 2 seasons so low. So like overall, if I'm gonna do anything, I'm gonna just call it mid, and so those 2 things balance it out. Like literally just low B tier.
Yeah, I agree, and that's strictly because because season 1's so good. Like I would looking at all the stuff below it. I would rather rewatch season 1 of Jessica Jones than, well, maybe not Spider-Man, but the other movies. I would rather rewatch Jessica Jones season 1 than those movies, because it's just more interesting. And the opening song, like the theme song,
that was my
awesome.
PlayStation theme that you could download.
Yeah, I remember that.
And on loop, bro. I never got tired of it.
Yeah, really good theme song. Really good cast again, and I like Jessica Jones, but
I hope she comes back. I hope that actress
I do
comes
too.
back as Jessica
I think
Jones.
That would be cool.
I hope they all come back personally, but we can get to that more later. Civil War.
Oh boy. Yeah.
That's where I would put it.
S tier, definitely S tier. Is it better than Winter Soldier?
I put Winter Soldier above.
I would agree. Just because and this isn't actually a criticism, but there's a lot more going on in Civil War than Winter Soldier. So if you're looking at it just as a movie standpoint, it's a little more cluttered, but that's not a bad thing in this case, because even though it's technically Captain America, it's basically an Avengers movie.
I was gonna say secretly Avengers 3.
Yeah, low key, it's an Avengers movie, and what did it do? What didn't it do right? We got the introduction to one of our favorite heroes, Spider-Man, in the MCU. That was probably in my opinion, the highlight of this film was introducing him. Another highlight though was introducing Black Panther's character, because I really like Black Panther, love his suit, and I really liked his story. We got more to Bucky's story in this. Obviously, he finally got out of the mind control. The villain for this one, I actually really liked him. I felt for him. I got it. I understood his motive, and the fact that he's just I don't know if he was I forget off the top of my head if he was a spec ops or something. He clearly had
Yeah, he was a former military.
Yeah, was a former military. Okay, so he was a really enjoyable villain for me. I liked him. We got so many epic scenes. We got we got more of the cast to meet. We got to Falcon to meet, to bring in Ant-Man, and we got to Ant-Man to meet those characters. Spider-Man, obviously, I already mentioned. I really love the the whole debate between who's right and who's wrong. Like, why should we be the government's dogs? Like we deserve, like we are saving the world. Like I liked both sides. Overall, this is definitely an S tier. How do you guys feel about it?
100%. The only thing that my complaint was, and still is to this day, is while I like Zemo, the actor, the character motivations and everything, every bit of his plot to tear the Avengers apart is incredibly convenient.
He shouldn't have been able to get away with what he did, I feel like, but
a lot of things had to go right for him to be successful.
Yeah,
like a lot.
He should not have been able to succeed that easily at what he did. But obviously, like they had.
It's not even a matter of someone stopping him. It's just more a matter of like things had to line up perfectly for these things like to occur and for him to be successful.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
If anything, like it's not even up to his failure. If like somebody was late for work that day, they would have thrown off his entire plan. Like,
right.
That's really my only complaint. Everything else is fine. I like even the scenes where he's doing his plan are fine. It's just like it's really convenient.
Yeah.
No, that really, really great movie. Russo brothers knocking it out of the park again, earning that Infinity War directing ticket right there and then. Now we have Luke Cage, 2 seasons of Luke Cage. I want to say C tier.
Well, real quick, Marty, how did you feel about Civil War?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good,
Marty.
Civil War, it's good. The airport scene obviously is standout, as well as more standout, honestly, I think, is the final fight. Between the emotions you're seeing there, and if you ever see some breakdowns of the choreography, there's a lot of cool stuff going on that way.
Yeah.
Civil War is a good film. I'd rate it highly. Yeah, not too much to add on to that. We also get to see Ant-Man for the first time go giant in that film.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
That.
Yeah, that was so.
That was a moment that I was like, "Oh, the normies are gonna learn today." They don't know what he can do. It's
definitely
small.
And yeah, there's a lot of good about it. Its biggest weakness, besides as you mentioned, the villain, literally everything had to go right. You kind of have to suspend your belief a little bit. Is the common weakness of you need to do all the homework in the world to enjoy every ounce of the movie.
Yeah, it's definitely not like something you can watch as you can watch as standalone, but
you can.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's fair. I mean, it's a sequel in its own trilogy, as well as like.
There's a reason we call it Avengers 3.
Yeah, well, I say 2.5, but
2.5,
yeah,
sure.
2.5 is fair, yeah.
Because it pretty much picks up right after the storyline of Age of Ultron. It's like the answer to the consequences of Age of Ultron, Winter Soldier.
Yeah, it's like a direct sequel
Avengers,
almost.
Even though none of that stuff is their fault, technically. I mean, I guess Ultron is Tony's fault, but
they try to paint the things in both shades of gray, but like. And there's arguments to be made for both sides, too, for the conflict itself. It parallels with the comics a bit, although the comics is Civil War is a bigger deal.
Yeah, they obviously didn't have a bigger cast to go off of, but for what they had, they nailed it. Definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, we're good with where we placed it, right below Winter Soldier.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
So Luke
Cage. First season's great. Second season, not so much. It's kind of like the theme of a lot of these.
Once again, I have the blessing of only knowing the first season of Luke Cage.
Now, here, I'll say that there's more good parts to season 2 of Luke Cage than there are good parts of Jessica Jones season 2 and 3.
Definitely.
Sweet Christmas.
Oh, love it. Yeah, the only thing I just real quick, like, I think it would be above Incredible Hulk. Like, I still think it's C tier, but I would put it there.
No, that's fair.
But yeah,
actually, you know what? I'll throw it above this too. Like if I'm being honest.
Yeah, like
the first season is good.
The first season is really entertaining. Like great cast.
It does drag a little though.
And that goes back to what Fabian said about it just being
13 episodes.
If it was like 8 or like even 10, it would have been better. But I did watch season 2. Is there a third season or just 2?
Nope,
just 2.
It's a shame because season 2 ends off on a cliffhanger. If you remember.
I don't.
He basically starts running that Cottonmouth club.
Oh, right. I do remember
he's
that.
The crime boss now.
He kind of became like a villain in a way.
Yeah, he basically, like, in order to serve the community, he basically decided there's no way I could stop all this. I have to control all this.
Right. That doesn't sound like the Luke Cage I remember.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was. Season 2 just had too many.
Not very sweet Christmas of you, sir.
Yeah. But with season 1 being as good as it was, I think C tier is fine. I don't personally have much more to add onto that one.
I don't either. I mean, I love his performance as Luke Cage. I hope he comes back too.
I do too. I do want him to come back. But yeah. Doctor Strange.
Oh, here we go. Here's that mystical stuff we've been alluding to.
I personally would throw it up here.
A tier. I'm fine with that. Definitely a great origin film.
I would say bottom of A.
Bottom of A is fine, yeah.
Because there's still some issues. It's very much like way too similar to Iron Man, the original Iron Man. Like as far as like the pompous, like arrogant dude, like gets his humble pie. And he gets knocked down, and then he has to build himself back up. Like, it's just kind of the same thing, but magic.
Honestly, yeah,
similar.
It's very similar. One cool thing is that the film's events, I guess, take about a year because he's training in, I don't know how to pronounce it, Kamar-Taj or whatever. And that was cool because when we were watching the edit, it was flipping around to other films and going back to Doctor Strange. So I thought that was pretty cool. And once again, the cast, I don't know. I apparently learned the other day that there are people that don't like Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange, and I think you're crazy.
I don't get it either. Like, I thought he was perfect.
Yeah, I think
I can't see anybody else in the role.
I literally, it looks like I'm looking at his comic counterpart. Like he looks a spinning image of the comic character.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like I do not understand.
The only thing about this film is the villain. Like the villain is very lackluster in my opinion. Like I don't know about you guys, but the villain is the only thing I disliked about.
He comes off like more like a henchman.
Well, he is a henchman.
For Dormammu.
He's a henchman for Dormammu, but it's just like we could have at least seen more of Dormammu. But
we could have.
I would have liked to have heard more than Dormammu. We've come to bargain.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, that scene is goated. Like,
it is.
It is.
To toss away everything. Like that shows how much he has grown in that movie. For him to like take control of the situation in that way to
save the world, basically.
Save the world, like, oh, everyone else will live on, but you'll be stuck here.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
You can also draw the conclusion, though, that he's smart enough to know that his actions will ultimately force Dormammu to bargain with him. Because...
we don't even know how many times he died in there.
No.
Yeah,
we don't know. It could have been a millennia.
It could have. That's the crazy part.
At least.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends how long it took Dormammu to get bored and actually bargain.
Yeah.
The movie just kind of the reason it goes down lower for me is just the pacing, and then it's just kind of like an all too familiar formula.
Ties are pretty high.
It's not. Yeah, it's high. It's pretty up there. So I mean, that's good enough. Speaking of, is that good for you, Marty?
Yeah, I'm not upset with that one. That's fine.
Iron Fist.
Now this This is.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be.
Did we
I'll
get
get
two
my.
seasons of this or one season of this?
It
We got
got
two
two.
seasons.
Yeah,
I
because again, I
will.
live in the world of season one.
Yeah, I will agree with the hate for it. It's, but for me, I still did enjoy watching this. But there's no arguing it. It was just a very underwhelming story. The I will say that I still like the cast here for the Iron Fist. I obviously I guess there's some knowledge that he didn't have time to really prepare for the role in season one as he did for season two, but I think he did a good enough job. I don't really care about Iron Fist's character to begin with from the comics, so he like just seeing that actor, do what he did, he made me kind of like the Iron Fist character. That's just me, but definitely low D tier 100%.
I feel like the first season should have been all about him being in Kunlun the entire time. We should have ended with a scene with him fighting that dragon, and season 2 should have been him returning to society.
Yeah, that would have fleshed his character out.
Or the vice versa. You could have fast forward to the fish out of water, and then season 2 could have been like you revisiting
Revisit Kunlun.
Yeah.
But I actually don't mind the casting of Finn Jones as Iron Fist.
I thought that was good for casting.
It's just the 13 episode thing really hurt the show.
Yeah.
There's not enough story to tell. The pacing was terrible.
Yep.
Everything just kept going back and forth, just like all these Netflix shows do when they get 13 episodes. It's just the way it was for these shows at the time, and it hurt it. Season 2 was a step up, in my opinion, from the first season, but it still wasn't enough. And then it ends on a cliffhanger that we'll never get a payoff for.
Yeah, I really like that cliffhanger too. I was pretty hyped for that, but yeah, they, like Fabian said, just too many issues with it.
I liked the business part of it more than the superhero part of it.
Oh, him taking over.
I didn't mind his brother-in-law. Who was that guy?
Ward, like his
Ward.
Yeah, Ward. Ward was cool.
Yeah, I liked Ward.
I liked him. There were some things he did that pissed me off, but he was still like he got some development in there.
Yeah.
Good actor.
Ward I liked. The girl I did not.
Yeah, I didn't mind her.
Oh,
she wasn't anything good. She wasn't like, I don't know. It was just kind of there.
Yeah. But yeah, I think D's fine. We can.
I would sooner rewatch all those things before I rewatch Iron Fist.
You
have? Yeah.
Next up, Guardians 2, which I used to really downplay and not like. But after rewatching it with Bowler recently, I kind of kicked it up a notch in my viewings. I want to say, like, because here's the thing. We were going into the Infinity War. We already knew that movie was going to happen. This is the only movie in that saga in Phase 3 that took us into space.
Yeah.
Besides Thor, and that movie didn't really take us into space. It took us to another dimension. And I was counting on this movie to give us a little bit of Thanos before we got to see him in Infinity War. Something like information, he's on the move, anything. But it didn't, and I let that kind of dictate my view on this movie for a long time. But I think there's good story here, and the only real issues I have are the scenes where Quill is with his father Ego on their own, and those scenes are just kind of boring. And,
yeah.
At first they're interesting, but like when you know what happens, it's just not like.
We don't need the catch scene.
Catch?
Where they're playing catch with the ball.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that.
It's better you don't.
Well, now I feel like I need to know because catch scene. Who's playing catch?
Ego and.
Right. Yeah, they're
just playing catch.
It's awkward.
I understand what the significance of it is supposed to be, but it just completely not necessary.
And it wasn't even funny either. I mean,
I think Raccoon is a big highlight of the film, though.
We didn't find it memorable at all.
Yeah. Rocket and Yondu. Yondu had
of course.
Yondu's
big
scary.
highlight.
Yondu's
Really-
scary.
Yeah, he was really good. I only watched this movie once in theaters until more recently, and I think it definitely still holds up. I do agree. It would have been nice to see more of Thanos, more setting up for Infinity War, but looking at it as just a direct sequel to just Guardians of the Galaxy, really fun film. I loved. I think her name was Mantis. Her and Drax are hilarious throughout the film. Fun character to add to the Guardians.
The gold people. I could have done without the gold people.
Yes, that was just more a comedic thing, I think.
Well, they set up Adam Warlock.
That is true.
It will be important.
Yeah, who should already technically have been important.
Yeah, he was kind of needed for the Infinity Gauntlet storyline, but
what do we know?
It's the MCU. High B tier. That works.
High B tier is fine. I
I'm
would
okay with that.
I would honestly rewatch that movie again. It was really fun.
I've seen it quite a bit.
And now for Defenders. I put it low B tier.
I would personally put it above, like, most of those movies there, though. Like, I really remember enjoying Defenders. I would put it above Jessica Jones 100%.
The only reason I agree with you, it's just the only reason is because I love that first season so much. So I had the other seasons.
Defenders actually had a low episode count too, didn't it?
It had 8.
I think it was eight. A good number.
Which service?
A lot of people don't find this to be a good payoff to because each character had one season to their name. 2 seasons for Daredevil, and then they crossed over, and it did not quite stick the landing for a lot of people, just like Avengers did.
Well, I mean, Avengers is a little different.
Avengers was more like big level, but I haven't seen the Defenders in years now.
I haven't watched it. I still liked it. I still stand by it that I like this. I'm just telling you,
I liked it.
Majority of people will probably disagree with us.
That's fine, and I feel free, and I just remember really enjoying it, and I think B tier is fine. I remember it having, or for me, it felt like a good payoff. But
I'll tell you why I put it there. Because they played Wu-Tang Clan during the finale of the final battle.
That's reason to load. But I would even put it above Thor, and maybe even Captain America. But again, I maybe above Thor, but not Cap.
Let's go there.
Not much more I can personally add, just because it's been a while since I've seen it. But I do remember really enjoying the show. Definitely something I want to rewatch. But yeah.
Homecoming.
Oh yeah.
Homecoming.
I think that goes right there for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Spider-Man Homecoming was great. I love Tom Holland. I know there's people that don't, and that's fine. But I think they did a great job introducing his character into the MCU with Civil War, and then one of the highlights though for this movie is the villain.
Yes.
Michael Keaton is one of the greatest actors ever. He was freaking Batman. He was Beetlejuice. He was the Vulture, and he did a great job. I love the cast all around.
A rare surviving villain.
Yeah, a rare surviving villain. Little nods to the
for now.
True. Little nods like when he is saving the ship because it got split in half, and he's doing the webs like Peter did, or Tobey Maguire's character did in the train. That was a cool little throwback. Not much else I could really add. Just really solid film. I would rewatch this movie over and over again. I loved it that much.
I really like how they double down on the adolescence of Peter in this one.
Yeah.
I feel like all the other content with him really didn't do it. Well, I guess Amazing Spider-Man kind of did an okay job of it, and seeing him as an adolescent. But like, and they actually talk about killing the villains a little in this one because Peter's like, I don't want to kill anyone.
Yeah, and they really they really go into the adolescence of Peter in this movie, like because he stays as a kid. That's where they want him to stay because they want us to grow up with him. It feels like, so that's why they did it.
Casting's great. It's just a good movie. Don't really have much problems with it.
I completely agree. I'm like, especially to your point where his adolescence came in, because this movie drives home the point that this kid is a kid. He's a dumb kid. Like, he's brilliant, but he's a dumb kid. He wants to be this thing called Spider-Man, but he's not ready to be this thing called Spider-Man yet. And he doesn't even know that yet. He thinks he's good to go, and he's not. And he has to earn that for himself. And I know a lot of people complain about the fact that he had all this Iron Man technology in this, and then he was like basically Iron Boy Jr. and this, that, and the other. But I mean, it all worked out.
And it made sense too, just because of how he was introduced.
Here's the thing. He behaves exactly how Peter Parker would behave if he was in a situation where Tony was giving him everything.
Yeah.
That is, he is still that Peter Parker. Even though it's not exactly how it works out the way it did in the comics, he still is behaving exactly like the character in a faithful manner, to the point where I believe that this is how Peter would have handled being like Iron Man's ward.
I could see that. Yeah, early Peter Parker. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, who's to have realized that we basically had an entire trilogy, origin trilogy for Spider-Man.
And we get a cool growth moment at the end with him seeing real character growth from everything he experienced in the film.
When he lifts the building?
No, I was talking about at the end where Peter's like, all right, are you ready to debut as the Iron Spider? He's no, I'm not ready. I'm not grown up enough yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's like, good job. It was a test.
Right.
I remember people not liking that because they were like, well, is he not going to be in Infinity War then? Like,
well, it also is kind of cool because it also shows that, like, even though, like, what's his name? Stark thought he was ready. Peter recognizing that he wasn't ready, and Tony ultimately agreeing with him since he decided to go along with it.
Yeah.
But I just like the idea that it's a subtle way that Tony admitted he was wrong by him agreeing with him. He's like, if you don't think you're ready, you're right, and that just means I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An unspoken thing.
So are you guys good with the placement here, just right below original Spider-Man?
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I think it's solid A film.
All right, we got Thor Ragnarok. I did not like this movie when I first saw it in theaters. Confession time.
I have a lot of mixed feelings with it.
I was not prepared for what I witnessed because I was just like, oh, okay, another, like, I thought I was going to get, like, Space Viking. And literally just that, like, just another Thor adventure. Nothing too crazy. I grew to appreciate it more as time went on because of what happened in Infinity War. But, like, a Thor without a weapon of any kind, like, at the end of the movie, even though he had lightning, was just kind of, like, meh to me at the time. The comedy was just so left field for Thor for me at the time that I was just like, what?
This is where the Thor franchise diverts to being more comedic than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
That being said, it grew on me. Rewatches have come, and it is an incredibly powerful growth moment for Thor. and I really think it's a lot of fun. It's just in general a good movie to me.
Yeah, I agree. I even agree on the placement. Really enjoyable film. The comedy was on point. Definitely out of nowhere, but not necessarily a bad thing, especially because it was well received by the audience. Great character growth. We got to see the Hulk again, which was a big deal. Got to see more Loki again, and we got to see a little bit of character growth for Loki as well because he ended up coming back and and saving all the Asgardians. So yeah, overall solid film. Marty.
I'm looking at this in new light after seeing Love and Thunder a little, and I think I agree where it is right now, because I did enjoy this movie on first watch and on subsequent watches. That said, though, you guys already know how I felt about Love and Thunder, so we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I think it's really fun. I think the pacing's pretty good. And the designs are cool. What I want to take a second to talk about is Loki and Thor's relationship in this movie is really cool. They really do act like brothers again, which we haven't seen since like the first Thor movie at this point.
You could tell that like they were clearly angry with each other still, for obvious reasons, but you get to see them like slowly become brothers again by the end of the movie. Oh, and also we got it teased. I forget which ending credit scene was, but them adding Doctor Strange into here for that little scene was fun.
Refilling the mug.
It's just always enjoyable to see them add, even if it's just one extra Avenger. It just always reminds you that even though it's a standalone film, it's still always it's a part of the bigger picture, like a bigger world.
Yeah. Anybody could pop up at any time. That's the fun.
Yeah.
So we're all good with the placement?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Punisher.
This has a season 2 or no?
It does.
Okay. I live in the world of season 1.
So I've only seen season 1 for this as well. But what a season 1. I remember really enjoying season 1. It obviously we keep saying it, but just because of the episode count, I remember there were some pacing issues with it, but I still really enjoyed it. And I hope he comes back I hope he just comes into the MCU.
So what Fabian said for Jessica Jones for season 1 of Punisher, that was for me. I thought it was the strongest season of the Netflix shows. I just enjoyed it so much, especially at diving into the PTSD aspect.
Yeah.
Which we hadn't seen much things do prior to this. Except for Iron Man 3. That would be the exception, I suppose.
It was a very political topic to get into for his...
That's true, because of the firearm stuff.
So it was a nice thing. So I know that they give him the nickname Punisher, right? And he's kind of like a thing that he is hesitant to take on throughout the entire season. He still has to not take it on the entire season 2. So for season 2 of Daredevil, season 1 of Punisher, and season 2 of Punisher, he is not the Punisher. He has not accepted his role of the Punisher. And he does not, and I'm just going to tell you guys, he doesn't accept the role of the Punisher until the literal last scene of Punisher season 2.
Oh, okay.
And that is one of the most frustrating things about this, is that I feel like it should not have taken this long to get us to the point where this guy is actually like down to hunt down criminal scum and take them out for any given reason. That's my main complaint with the treatment of the Punisher's whole thing. However, John Bernthal kills it.
Yes.
He kills it. He is 100,000 billion%, trillion, whatever you want to say. He is the Punisher. Like that. He is fantastic. I freaking love him. Hope he comes back. Kills the role. The way that season 2 does end, it would be perfectly fine if he just jumped right back in, because he didn't have anything to do with the Defenders. He already crossed over with someone that's already coming back.
That's true.
So his season is the most safe. His show
He crossed over with two people who came back.
Wait, who?
Wasn't he part of Kingpin too? I thought he had
Kingpin. I don't remember.
I could have sworn he was like going to hunt down Kingpin and like Daredevil's trying to stop him.
In season 2, probably. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
But anyway, I'm struggling with the placement here because the first season was really good with him. Like
I really like the first season.
It was a really good season. The second season is kind of a mess. I think it's just because all those shows were on their way out the door. Netflix was giving up on them. It's just that they have two stories going on. It's a continuation of the story from the first season, and another dude chasing this little girl that John Bernthal, Punisher, is trying to protect.
Yep.
And it just turns into a real mess.
Yeah.
I live in the world of season 1. Season 1 was great.
Yeah, I didn't see season 2 either. For the placement, like if I'm just going off of season 1, I think it's fine where it's at. Might even be a little higher.
I put it above Jessica Jones because even though I like Jessica Jones season 1, it's got 2 bad seasons, whereas Punisher has a great season and a meh season. I would say Punisher season 2 is still better than Jessica Jones season 2 and 3. And probably still better than Luke Cage season 2 and Iron Fist as a whole.
Look, man, Bluey is better than season 2 of Jessica Jones. All right.
Hey, man, don't put those two in the same conversation, man. Bluey is S tier.
You're right. But yeah, I think Punisher where it's at is fine. It's definitely still like I want to watch season 2, but season 1 like really killed it.
All right, so we're good with where it's at.
Yeah, that's fun for now. It's hard to place anyway. It's a TV show.
Yeah. Boom. I think that's where that belongs for me. I personally think this movie, upon rewatch, is phenomenal.
And this movie is
Black Panther.
All right, you can't see.
We're on Black Panther 1.
Okay.
So Black Panther 1, I agree, definitely S tier. It's more of a recency bias thing for me, but I really love the new movie, which I know you haven't seen, Marty.
Yes.
But season 1 was great. I love the world of Wakanda. I loved how they. I love the villain. What was his name? Killmonger.
Killmonger.
Yeah.
Kilgrave was Jessica Jones. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Killmonger was great. I love the inner turmoil thing where you basically find out that T'Challa's dad was, ended up having his cousin's dad killed or whatever. That was a cool little like twist, and like I really enjoyed like the little inner turmoil going on in Wakanda, but the fact that most of the people were still loyal, or not everyone, but like the main like group was really loyal to T'Challa. That was really cool. The cast all around was great. The music was great. The action scenes in this movie are on point. Like
this also has nothing to do with the movie. I mean, some of the songs are in it, but the soundtrack for this.
Oh,
like the album,
yeah,
curated by Kendrick Lamar, fantastic.
Yeah, really good.
One of the few downsides I want to mention is I wish we got more of Claw, because we saw Claw back in Age of Ultron, and the rare surviving villain, returned, and he is very linked to Vibranium. Yeah. But he had a very unfortunately small role in this film.
Yeah, he was great in the movie for what he did. The moment he was killed by Killmonger, I literally was like, no.
Yeah, I was like, oh, Marvel strikes again. Like, why do they keep killing off their villains?
I mean, it made sense in the story, but like at the same time, like it would have like if he had delivered him alive to the Wakandan, it
They
would have
could
been just as good. But
they could have easily done that, and
Would
maybe
also have made sense.
it would have because of how they do that.
they
They
got
always
even more scenes. But
yeah
You know, and then he could use
how
Claw to
brutal he
betray
was.
the Wakandans, maybe. Who knows?
right.
Yeah, I
But
don't know.
but yeah, I agree with the placement, and it's just a solid film.
It's a good one. One thing to learn about it that was cool is all the correct African culture they used for like the other. I guess they were
Yeah.
elders of the Wakandan people. That was really cool.
Yeah, I really like that.
I really when the themes drops and it's just like the little bongo drums.
Oh yeah,
Like I love it every time it plays, man.
yeah. I love when they do it, and like when they do it in Civil War too. We just going back to that. Whenever Black Panther appears on the screen, it does that. It's just a little cool thing to always hear.
Rest in peace as actor, because
Chadwick Boseman, yeah.
Yes.
And you haven't seen the new movie, but they really pay respects to him.
They have to.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, overall, I think we're all good on the placement.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
And
there you go.
No argument here.
We're on Infinity War, Marty.
Okay.
This movie is peak. It's like Fabian said, I never thought we would get to see something of this scale on the big screen. And good, yeah. Like well written, like even when there's downtime, it's interesting. Like when we're going to like build Thor's weapon. I would consider that downtime, obviously, but like
for as long as the film is, there's not a wasted moment.
Not a wasted moment at all. Anything on screen is important, or it's character development. The action scenes are like they make me foam at the mouth from how excited I get. Like
all the different plot threads, and honestly, it all really works because there's three, like two and a half main stories here. It's really a Thanos movie.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the main character.
He is the main character. It's his quest to get the Infinity Stones. The second is Thor's storyline to stop him, because he is the one that we're banking on to stop him. That's what the whole point of him going to get the weapon is he's the last line of defense. And then like I say 0.5 because like Tony started this whole thing, and Thanos has been in his mind since he went to go stop that alien invasion with a nuke, and it caused him all that PTSD, caused him to want to put a suit of armor around the world, caused him to like really, really be protective of Peter and all that. Like it was always in the back of his head. And the reason that he signed the Accords so that they could be ready all together, so that they could be ready to fight what was coming.
We also had one of the funniest real world things happen with this, where the entire film got leaked to Pornhub.
Oh, what? Did it? I don't remember that.
It was Man Screw's entire universe.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think I do remember that now.
They had uploaded the entire film to Pornhub. I don't know how long it was up.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, Marty, but I think this...
It was the payoff for every film until now.
Yeah.
This is what... even Avengers was just building to this.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about now that they were slowly leading to this.
This is arguably one of the greatest crossovers in media we've ever had.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's any argument on its placement. It's definitely top of the S tier list.
Next up is Ant-Man and the Wasp, which Marty has not seen.
I have not.
Yeah, Marty, you haven't seen it. So Fabian.
So I get to take a bathroom break. I'll be.
It's kind of more the same thing we got before. We just got a nice little continuation. It's a sequel to Civil War. It's where Scott's been at. It explains its omission from Infinity War.
Yeah.
And I mean, the plot is just to get Hope's mother back
Yeah, Hope's mother, and
with
then
the
the villain.
obstacles, and that's it. Really.
Yeah, and the villain in this one was obviously not the strongest again, but I did feel for that character. I forget the character's name. What's the villain's name? What is it?
Ghost.
Ghost. Yeah. So I liked Ghost, and I liked Lawrence Fishburne's character. I liked them. That not the strongest villain or anything, but I liked them. These action sequences in this one with especially the Wasp were really strong. After rewatching it, I really like that scene where she's going to get the parts from that guy, and he's basically finds out that she's Hope and doesn't want to give her the parts, and then she comes back and kicks all their asses. That was really fun. And then we got to see more of Big Ant-Man. The comedy once again was even funnier. We got Agent Jim. I forget the actor's name, but he's really funny in it. And like you said, it's basically like a direct sequel from Civil War. We're seeing like the effects of Scott stealing Hank's suit and going to help Cap. But overall, I think it's a solid film. I do think the placement's fine. I liked it a lot, but I think I still like the first Ant-Man a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree.
And then the after credit scene, man, was when I first saw that, my heart stopped for a second. I couldn't believe it. So, Mario, since you're back and you already know what happens because you've seen Endgame, the ending credit scene in Ant-Man and the Wasp is literally Scott going into the quantum realm to get like the particles for Ghost, who's the villain of the story.
Yeah.
And the snap happens at the time that he goes into the quantum realm, so they can't bring him back. So he's just stuck in this quantum realm, and the audience at home has to wait. I don't remember exactly the timeline when Endgame was coming out, but we had to wait a little bit before we got to see the resolution of that. So that was just giving me anxiety the whole time because I really like his character. So I was just like, "Wow, my God! What happened? What's going to happen to him?" But yeah, overall, it's solid.
Very important.
So we can go ahead and move on to Venom 1.
Have you seen Venom, Marty?
Yeah, I've seen Venom and the sequel.
Okay.
I
know there's fans
bias happening here.
I know there's fans of these movies, and I hate all of you. But
yeah, you're a huge Venom fan.
So, Tom Hardy is a phenomenal actor, and as far as the performance that he is giving here, he's giving a good performance for what was probably handwritten to him and was told to do. But I have the heart, like him and Venom are the highlight of the movie.
Yeah,
like Venom himself, like Venom the character, the symbiote that has its own personality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everything else sucks. The plot, like some of the action's decent, but like I just no.
No, I agree, and I don't even know as much about the symbiote as you do, but that's about all I remember from the film. Enjoying is their like the character Tom Hardy, Eddie Brock, and Venom's just their relationship and their
back and forth.
Their back and forth banter was really funny. And yeah, overall, I think C is a solid placement for it. It wasn't like the worst movie ever, but I would definitely agree with the placement.
Everything else, like the villains, and it's part of it.
I don't even remember who the villain was.
Exactly.
The villain was another symbiote, technically.
Yeah, it was Riot, which is just it wasn't even an important symbiote. But part of the issue is the outside factors of like Sony. This like stupid little universe where all these villains exist, and without Spider-Man, all these Spider-Man villains exist without Spider-Man. That is continuing, and it grows to be more silly and more silly, and the more silly those next projects become, like Morbius, which we'll get to that, the worse it will become. The sillier the old projects will seem, and it's just
People just need to not go to see it.
Massacre, my boy.
They need to. The box office sales need to be really bad for them to just stop making these films.
I don't think they care, dude. I think they just make them so that they can keep the rights to Spider-Man.
I think so too, because they're just greedy.
I don't know. They could probably make way more money not messing up Spider-Man by just selling Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They could probably sell him for all the money that they've made from all these MCU movies. But that's another conversation.
Right.
We're good with where Venom is. Like, I mean, we pretty much
Yeah.
said all the nice things we can, and we can sit here for like another hour listing all the bad. But
solid, fine with the placement. We can move on to Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel.
Right there.
Yes, I agree with C tier. Even I watched it once in theaters, and I don't remember really much. I don't remember enjoying it that much.
I liked the cat.
Yeah, well, that's not unfortunately enough to save the film.
Something about it just felt like too little, too late. Like the time that it came out was just trying to explain to us like why there was an after credit scene in Infinity War, why Nick Fury had a beeper.
Yeah,
and it could have been a lot better.
Definitely.
And I feel like Brie Larson is a great actress that is wasted with a very boring script.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see what she can do with something better than that, because we've only gotten her really for 1.5, not even half a movie. Like,
Yeah,
she
dangerous.
We haven't even seen her full potential yet. Like,
we got to see more of her in What If, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
But that's not even her. Like,
it's weird because she's just such a powerful character, a great character in the comics, and I feel like she deserves better, honestly. And some of this movie just makes it kind of like this weird contradiction when you watch it back in a marathon format, because you know that Nick Fury already knows about this girl and the Skrulls, and then you go to watch Avengers, and he's saying that they're using the cube to make weapons because they're afraid of Thor, but not the Skrulls or Captain Marvel.
Yeah,
you could play it off like he was keeping it a secret. It just feels like it contradicts too much. But I guess you could say, hey, the cube was always a part of that because of Captain Marvel, and he just wasn't trying to tell them about the Skrulls and everything, but to keep the Skrulls a secret. But
keep it secret. Keep it safe.
That's pretty much. I don't think there's any arguing it. I don't dislike the movie. I think it's a decent flick. But that's really all I can really say about it. I want to like it more. Everything about it that happens in it, I want to like it more, but I can't.
It's kind of a shame, unless they change it later on, I guess. But it's kind of a shame how much Skrulls got nerfed in the MCU.
We might rectify that with Secret Invasion.
That's what I'm hoping, but we'll see.
It was a surprise, at least, that they were good, and I like the main Skrull.
It was a surprise for sure.
And I'll say the relationship between Brie Larson and Samuel Jackson, their chemistry was there. I like that.
Yes, agree with that, and I pretty much agree with everything you both said. I think the placement's fine. Overall, I don't know. I like the character, but the movie was just kind of boring to me. So
I want my Super Skrull.
I do.
But we can move on to peak Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
So for me personally, I would put this above Infinity War, but I know that is not the popular opinion. And to be perfectly honest, like viewing them side by side, I'll even admit there are a lot more flaws in Endgame than there are in Infinity War. While there are not many, to me at least, it's about the event. It's about the moment. It's about like how much has been taken from us and how much we're taking back, and the payoff that happens at the end, the fan service. Like everything about it just screamed like I've been waiting my whole life for this moment.
Yeah,
and I like the narrative of and the build up to the time travel and the time heist and convincing Tony to do the time heist and discovering the time heist and then basically knowing that he is going to fail if he does this, or he's going to succeed, but in order to succeed, he's going to have to let the other guy crawl over him, and he can't cut the wire.
Yeah, and you've said it, and I just want to, and I agree with it, and I just want to make it known is that at the end of the day, like even like with the ranking, like they're basically the same. Like they're basically one long movie, like just split into two.
Yeah.
But it's really just one big movie that they just obviously had to split into two, just to obviously get more money. And obviously, no one wants to go to a movie and watch. Well, I wouldn't mind, but a 5-6 hour movie, it would just be too long.
Yeah.
But as far as like the placement goes, I think it's fine. Like I personally like Infinity War just a little bit more, like maybe like barely more, but the payoff, it was there. It is probably one of my all-time favorite movies of all time. Not much more to be said. It's
called Infinity Game. That's the official title now.
Infinity Game. Marty, what about you? Endgame.
That's
How'd you feel?
Yeah, Infinity End is weird to rate since it really is. It's the payoff for its first half. That is literally what it is. So, if you were to do the insane thing and judge each movie individually, it's separate from each other, then I guess technically Infinity War is better, just because like you don't have the context of Infinity War if you're rating them individually. But
Yeah.
That said, though, Endgame's emotional payoff is great with the context. And this is technically, obviously we have Phase 4, but this is where a lot of people's journey with Marvel probably did end.
A lot of people.
Until we see like some of the craziness that's coming from Phase 4, and it's got the payoff for a lot of people. I'd say there's probably more people happy about Endgame than less. Now all that said, I do think time travel was a bit of a weak choice, but it is what it is.
There's not much else they could have done, unfortunately, in order to bring
that is not true.
I mean, it really is all they could have done. I mean, in order for them to cement and not completely negate what they did in the first movie by just simply taking the stones back from Thanos, you have to cement that they lost. The whole thing was to know that they lost and have no possible way to fix what had been done. We needed the heroes to lose because we never saw the heroes lose. But they weren't bringing anybody back any other way besides with stones, and Thanos destroyed the stones.
Yeah.
And unless they can gather the 7 Dragon Balls, they weren't going to get more stones without time travel.
Yeah, I don't know. We could always maybe debate it in another video, but I think we could.
Are you sticking around for the Phase 4 ones, Marty? I don't know how many of these you've seen.
I've at least seen at least some of them, but
limit.
Well, yeah, I have a real life thing that I should probably be leaving for, but yeah, this is probably a good stopping point for me. I've seen more films. I could discuss them more, but I'll let Endgame also be where I sign off for now. You two can keep going. Endgame was great. The other most notable thing about it that's worth mentioning is the end of 2 flagship characters' story arcs.
Yeah, Iron Man and Cap.
Yeah, not one.
Yeah, two of the biggest characters, obviously. Like, there's like a big 3 in the MCU. It's Thor, Iron Man, and Cap. And
one of them started it all, arguably.
Yeah, Iron Man.
Yeah.
And that was such a big moment. But yeah, it definitely agree. But yeah, if you want to, you could obviously stick around if you want, but we know you got your thing to do.
Yeah. I will be ducking out. You guys enjoy the rest. I will watch along.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Marty. All right, Fabian, let's move on to Far From Home.
Far From Home. I think that goes right here. Oops. Where'd it go?
Where did you put it? Oh, it's right next to Guardians 2 and Ant-Man.
Oh, okay. I was like, that it disappeared from everywhere that I wanted it. I think it's just a peg above Guardians 2.
I agree. High B tier, definitely. Definitely, we got more character development for Peter in this movie. We got to see him, come out of his shell more as Spider-Man. We got his like little PTSD after losing Iron Man in Endgame. Not much more I can add. I still love the film. After rewatching it recently, it still holds up.
Yeah. Did you rewatch it?
Yeah, I rewatched all the Spider-Man movies after we saw No Way Home. I don't know if you remember.
Oh no, I thought you after our 50-hour thing. I thought we were still gonna watch those together.
We are gonna watch. No, I haven't rewatched it since we watched the 50-hour, but before like last year when No Way Home came out.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. The only thing that kind of beats it over the head is the fact that they're like, oh, he's the new Iron Man. Someone's gonna be the new Iron Man. Someone's gotta be the new Iron Man. And
yeah,
it's just weird to keep putting Spider-Man in that conversation, and I get why he's in that conversation. Naturally, the story should have gone there, but it was a little bit too evident in this one. And to be honest with you, some of the promotions for this movie were just really like some of the worst posters I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I don't remember the posters very well.
They were like I don't know who they were paying for these, but like Marty could have done a better job.
Yeah. Another thing to mention is the after credit scene.
Yep.
Freaking, I remember sitting next to you in the movie theater and just being like, "What?" Like,
yep. Greatest payoff. He is, technically speaking, the sixth member of that Sinister Six from that movie, from No Way Home, if you think about it.
Is he?
He's the one that really messed up his life to start all that.
True, yeah.
Mysterio's a god tier villain for that.
Oh yeah. I really liked him. That's what we didn't mention it, but I really like I forgot that he was like, I figured he was a villain, but the way the movie, like if you were a newcomer or you just don't have the knowledge that Mysterio's a villain, like that little twist in the middle where he reveals like, oh, got him, like we got the technology now. I just thought that was like a cool twist because I had originally forgotten he was a villain, but then once you reminded me, I'm like, oh right, in the animated series, I remembered him. But
yeah,
that was like a fun twist. And
it was kind of surprising to me that a lot of people were actually surprised by that twist.
Yeah,
there were a lot of people that even though they knew that he was a villain, thought that the MCU was making him a hero.
Yeah,
and changing him.
And that's how they made it seem, though. Like, but like, if you have the knowledge he's a villain, it's like, all right, when is he gonna turn? Like, or how is he gonna turn into a villain?
Right.
You know. So, but turned out he was actually a villain the whole time, and that was just really fun.
Yeah, but yeah, I think high B tier is good.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
Therein lies the entire Infinity Saga. The last one.
We got a quick message from Marty, who had left us but wanted to come in and say, "What's up, nerds?" What is up, Marty?
What's up, gangster?
All right, let's move on to WandaVision.
So here's the thing, and it's not in Phase 4 yet, but or Phase 4 is over, but the thing is not in it. The Phase 4 things have been the hardest thing for me to slot, in all honesty.
Yeah.
WandaVision is something that I liked the first 2 episodes. I liked where the story was going. The finale fell flat for me.
It fell flat for me, too. I would... Go ahead.
You were there when we were, like, a couple episodes had already dropped, and we were at that toy shop, and that dude was really hyping up some things that we thought we were missing in the show. Like, he was like, oh, well, that flamingo that passed by was like supposed to be symbolism from Mephisto. and like all these other things that are happening that seem really random are actually like hints
Yeah,
for all this other stuff.
I remember that.
And that made me think that I was like just a casual viewer, and I was just not paying attention. And when that stuff wasn't actually happening, or that wasn't the story, I won't lie, it kind of like tainted my taste of the show, because I was like, I thought that this show was like doing something that was like crazy elevated,
About to be
like,
next level, yeah.
like next level, like, oh my god, I can't believe it, like I missed that hint, no way. And none of that really happened. It didn't exist.
No, it didn't. And I will say, like, looking at it for the relationship between Wanda and Vision, like, and her grief throughout the whole thing, that was done very well. And the whole, like, as a fan of like sitcoms, that stuff was enjoyable. But it was the ending that really fell flat, and like there was just no like real payoff. Like it felt like this was almost like a
prelude.
Like a prelude to what.
I mean, it really was to Multiverse of Madness if you think about it, but
it was. It definitely, like, I still stand by you have to have watched WandaVision to really appreciate the Multiverse of Madness. But obviously you can get away with not watching it. You don't have to, but having watched it, I appreciated it, the Wanda story more in that movie. But I would rate it honestly still B tier, but lower.
How much lower?
I think honestly it would go right after Ant-Man and the Wasp for me.
Ooh, I don't know. I would put it right here.
I think,
and I say that because, like you were saying, like the sitcom stuff and the relationship and the stuff that was being said between Wanda and Vision, especially like this one scene where Vision is explaining why it's okay for her to grieve over these losses that she's had. And she's like, what is grief if it's not love persevering?
Yeah, I remember that.
Vision's just dropping bars.
Dude, yeah. Such a great actor. That one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to his I guess there's a standalone show coming or something, but
whatever special presentation or show, whatever. I look forward to seeing that actor get his due, because he had a rough time in Hollywood, if you didn't know, before getting the voice Jarvis and becoming Vision. So he's very giddy when he gets to be Vision.
Yeah, he definitely is. I think he's a great actor. But I mean, yeah, we could put it above Ant-Man. It's fine. I could see your reasoning, and I agree. And it is a really enjoyable show that I think should be watched.
I mean, we're gonna get into this like real nitty gritty stuff here with a lot of these shows in Phase 4. A lot of people are probably not gonna agree with us, because you and I don't really hate Phase 4 like most people on the internet, or call it mid, or whatever the case may be. It's a build up to the next phase, or to the next saga. So I don't know what people were wanting. And it's a lot of content, and people feel overwhelmed by the amount of content. But
Phase 4 to me felt like a new Phase 1. Like it was like
it's Phase 1, and it's a transition, or it's like the fallout of Endgame.
Yeah, it's like we're still getting characters from the old phases. We're getting some new storylines for them, or wrapping up their storylines, but then we're getting new stuff. So it's like it's just really, it comes down to, you just have to be open-minded about Phase 4. Like, there's issues with Phase 4, but overall it's been enjoyable.
Here's really the thing that I feel like is just something that happened with people's opinions on the internet. It's like, it's okay to like something that isn't S tier. Like, I got these things in D tier right here. I still like things about them.
Yeah.
Like, I got this stuff in C tier. I still would watch these. Like, it's okay. Like, you don't have to live your entire life only going to this section here. Like, you're gonna, like, if you're sure, you're gonna have like the most excellent taste compared to some people apparently, but what's the point? Like, you're just holding yourself back from other content. Like,
yeah, like, I just feel like people are like being too harsh on some of these Phase 4 shows, like, and sure they have their different, like, they have their issues from the writing perspective, but they've still been really enjoyable, and it's clear what they're setting up in Ant-Man, and there's what they announced with Secret Wars, that, oh, sure enough, all this stuff like is about to be a part of another big payoff like we got for Infinity War and Endgame. You just have to, like, again, be open-minded.
We live in a here and now society. Like, you gotta have your stuff right now. Like,
Yeah,
you can't wait for the stuff to download. It's gotta go right now. Like,
Yeah.
you've gone from going to get your DVD at the store to downloading it and watching it immediately at home, or not even downloading it but having it streamed.
yeah.
But I think when it's all said and done, when people look back by the end of the multiverse phase or saga, people will appreciate this stuff more. But anyways, WandaVision, B tier, right there is pretty good. Falcon and Winter Soldier.
So Falcon and Winter Soldier.
This one's tough, and this is where the Disney Plus shows are tough for me.
I agree. I think it's a B tier, but where on the B tier? It's definitely above WandaVision, I think.
Right there.
I think that's fine. Because this one, like, again, for me,
Really bad villains.
yeah, the villain wasn't very good, but we got like a payoff for Falcon and Bucky. Two of, like, for me, some of my favorite characters. Like, Falcon's one of my favorite characters. Like, I know he's not like the most badass hero, but he's just a really enjoyable character, and part of that is probably just because of how well the actor does. But I really like the payoff we got for Anthony Mackie Falcon here, because for those that haven't watched it, he's the new Captain America now. So whether you like him or not, like, he's here to stay, and, like, he's freaking Captain America. That's a big deal. That's something we knew about, because we like, I haven't read the comics all, obviously, but I know that he becomes Captain America eventually. So that was just a really exciting thing for me. And they hinted at it at Endgame when he gave him the shield.
People hated on it back when it happened in the comics too. It's just always gonna happen. People hated when Miles Morales became Spider-Man. It's just, now he's a household name. Like, haters gonna hate. Yeah, I really enjoyed the show. I know that it's really just the villains that drag it down for me, because, like, I'll revisit a lot of the action scenes or see, like, a lot of dialogue that's being shared in the story, and I'm like, people rank this really low. A lot of people's Phase 4 rankings are really different, like, going off of TikTok and, like, other people's opinions. People's rankings are all over the place. Like, these projects all have like, everything is varied. Like, usually with, like, before Phase 4, like, there was, like, a general, like, consensus of, like, hey, this is what I like, this is what I don't. But this is unprecedented. It's like a huge dismay, because, like, people have different tastes, and the Phase 4 curates to a lot of people's different tastes, and people are different. And I think it's just that the MCU is reflecting real life and acknowledging that people are different. Like, there are different tastes out there. So,
anyway. I agree. But I think it's a solid where it's at. It was a fun series. Yeah, we can go ahead and move on to my personal favorites. Yes.
I think right there.
Yeah, 100%. Well, this was a huge surprise. I remember you kept telling me to watch it, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be one of my, like, I really want to binge it, but I was not ready for such a good series.
Marty's over here referencing Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which this isn't on the list, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is a fantastic show that ended around, I think, like, Endgame's time a little bit. If I were to rank it on here, I'd put it in the A tier.
Really?
Okay.
Still,
for all the seasons.
It's in the backlog still, obviously, but I do want to watch it someday. I'm not sure what Tahiti is. Is that a place
Don't even worry about it. Don't even question it.
That's fair.
It's a
Yeah.
reference to that show, but since he brought it up, I'd just say, since I'm the only one that watched it, that's where I would put it as A tier.
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, going back to Loki, man, like this was a huge surprise because, like, I was personally upset when they killed him off in Infinity War because I really liked Loki's character, and then once again it goes back to why the heck does Marvel keep killing off their villains, and they just killed off one of their reoccurring ones. So I was a bit irritated about that, but and obviously this isn't the same Loki. This is a different Loki.
This is 2012 Avengers Loki, so technically, in his mind, he is Thor: The Dark World Loki.
Yeah, so he doesn't have his like the character development he got in Ragnarok. However, he gets new character development in this series, and they did a great job with him. How did you feel about Loki?
So when I first started it, I was kind of hesitant about the whole thing. I loved the first episode, but then from there I was like, where is this going? Like, I really think this should like pick up the pace. Like when we got to Sylvie, that got interesting, but then like there were kind of just 2 episodes of meh for me a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were still good, but I was just like, all right, well, I mean, how can you overcome all this? I mean, these are incredible obstacles in your way. Like, how are you gonna do something that no one's ever done before? But then we got to like that void place with like all the different Lokis.
Yes,
And,
dude, that was so awesome.
That was awesome. And then the real treat was seeing He Who Remains, played by Jonathan Majors, which is like my favorite actor in Hollywood at the moment. Even though, like, I just love seeing him. I love seeing that he's in so many movies right now.
I like him a lot.
But his dialogue, like, he had me eating out of his hand, man. Like his dialogue at the end of the episode, and what he was explaining and everything. It was a big payoff, and it is the thing that set off the rest of the entire multiverse saga, starting there. I mean,
it started in practice, basically, didn't it? Like,
yeah, like No Way Home wouldn't be possible because he didn't, he wasn't able to. His existence, He Who Remains, was the reason that multiversal stuff wasn't happening. So when he died, that made it possible for all those multiversal versions of Spider-Man to show up.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what it was.
So for that, like, it's a really good show. I'm excited for season 2.
Same. Loved it. I definitely think S tier. Black Widow. Black Widow as a C tier. Yep. I agree. And after having rewatched it again, like the first time I watched this was with you. I ended up kind of falling asleep halfway through it. The film isn't boring, but like it's one of those things like you mentioned earlier about, I forget what it was, but you said it was Captain Marvel, where you said it kind of like late on the picture. It almost felt like this movie was just not even necessary. Like the only thing I liked about the film, but like the film itself is good. It's a fun action flick, but the thing I really liked is that we got to meet Yelena, or her sister, one of her sisters. That was the highlight for me because I really like her character. I like her, and she's in Hawkeye, which we'll get to, but I just really ended up liking her character a lot in the film. It was a nice like character resolution thing for Black Widow as well, I guess. So it kind of gave me some satisfaction because obviously before the movie she was dead, so it was kind of like, well, dang, it would have been nice to get a little bit more from her, and that's what they gave us. And for what we got, I think it was good, an enjoyable film, but just not up there for me. How about you?
I completely agree with everything you said. For me, it was just kind of like too little, too late. And,
yeah.
I mean, I like all those characters. They're coming back in Thunderbolts. So I guess we'll see how that pans out. I'm excited for that movie, though. We got What If next.
Ooh. So
this one's weird to place because it technically has nothing to do with the universe, but has everything to do with the universe because without Loki, this wouldn't exist. And we got Captain Carter. We got all this nice jazz. I don't know. The animation style, rewatching it, I rewatched it with Sully the other, a couple, maybe like a month ago now. But he was watching it, and I was like, man, the scenes look so real. And like they look real, but like still drawn. And the characters' bodies and their clothes, they all look great. Then you go on their, like, you look at their faces and their facial expressions, and I don't know what they were going for. I don't like their faces.
Yeah, so the face
It looks like a Telltale game. Looks like a Telltale
yeah, that's actually a perfect comparison.
like a better Telltale game, but like it's like they kept all the detail up on everything but their faces.
Yeah. Well, animation aside, though, like a lot of the episodes themselves were really enjoyable. Like that Doctor Strange episode's probably still my favorite one. That was just epic. I never expected to see something like that from his character until obviously we got Multiverse Madness, but that was just really cool to see. And then the last episode was phenomenal. The Ultron stuff was just really good. I think low B is fine, especially given that it's strictly like a what if thing. So it's like I think B is fine.
Yeah, for me, it's really just like it's hard to look at with their faces, but it was a lot of fun and like the comic series.
And another thing to mention
was he kicked some ass in this. He actually did things.
The Watcher was awesome. Like I really like the voice actor for him, for the Watcher, and like I don't know too much about the character, but he just looks cool, and I want to know more about him.
Yeah, hopefully we get another live action appearance of this specific one. I don't know if in Guardians 2 that was a specific Uatu the Watcher, because there was 3 of them in that scene. So I don't know if it was specifically Uatu in that scene, but his name's Uatu, the one that does the watching in the 616.
Oh, it's Stan Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one in What If, his name is Uatu. And there's multiple Watchers. So
okay, gotcha.
I don't know where that is going to end up, so we'll see. But yeah, I agree with the placement. I kind of just put it there, but it makes sense. Now this one.
This is probably maybe a lot of people disagree with us, but I think we both agree that this is S tier material.
Oh yeah.
It's like we love, like, it's not an anime, but like it felt like very like it was obviously very heavy on the Asian culture side of things, which we personally love. So that was really great to see for me. I love the music. The comedy for this film is on point. The action scenes are great. We got a little comment here from Marty. I want the Living Tribunal so bad.
I forget when we were watching. Someone in the MCU had referenced the Living Tribunal, but I cannot remember who it was. But we'll see. There was a statue of it in Love and Thunder, in the place where they go to see eternity, which I don't know why that. We'll talk about that. S tier right below Spider-Man 2. I think that's a good spot for it. The music, fantastic. The action, the choreography, the comedy.
We got the actual appearance of the Mandarin, which, holy crap!
10 rings are incredible.
10 rings are like next. Like I feel like he could have easily taken out pretty much almost all of the Avengers. He
probably could have won the Battle of New York by himself. But
yeah, like he seemed pretty OP.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good flick. I was shocked to see that a lot of people just were not digging it for some reason, and I've heard some people say it's because it had nothing to do with the larger story of the MCU. It didn't give us anything to do with the larger story of the MCU, and I'm like,
and it's like,
who cares?
Yeah, it's an introduction to his character, like, and it's clear. And we did get more to the MCU at the end with the meeting between him.
He's going to be very important.
He's definitely going to be important. People are just being, I feel like, a little overcritical there.
Impatient.
Yeah. But we can go ahead and move on to Eternals. This is why I did want to rewatch this. I remember really enjoying it. really fun origin story for these new characters. But um, this one I'm gonna have to do a rewatch of to give more opinions on. How did you feel about it?
I think I'd slap it right there. So I've done a couple videos about this on TikTok, and I've seen a lot of mixed things about this one. And this is what I was saying. Like, I've seen people that like Eternals, defend Eternals, but then not like Shang-Chi. Then I've seen people that like Shang-Chi say that Eternals is awful. So, like, there's no winning in this phase. Like, there's no consensus. Like, people like different things. Like, it's gotten so widespread that, like, there's no, like, here's the thing. It's a funny because they always say, why isn't the MCU getting outside of their formula? Why aren't they trying different things? Why I'm tired of this. Like, people always say that, but then they go and buy the same Call of Duty game every year, and then they go and buy the same Pokemon game every year. And you don't want change. You want the same comfort that you've had your whole life. Statistically speaking, everything that is like the baseline successful thing that keeps getting repeated over and over is the thing that's going to make them the most money. Super Mario, so many spin-offs, so many different types of gameplay, so many different things. You know which one sells the most? Whenever they remake the one that is closest to the original Super Mario.
Right.
Kills the numbers.
Yeah. At the end of the day, people will say they want change.
They don't know what they want.
They don't. And this one was like it was a surprise for me, like especially because like the reviews at the time were mixed before we got to see it in theaters. And as Marty says here in his comment, it was the first actual Celestial. Like that Celestial looked insane. Yeah. Like that was
the biggest compliment I can give this movie is that it added so much lore to the universe.
Yes, it really did. And honestly, the cast was great. I enjoyed, from what I remember, all the characters were great. Mm-hmm. I really liked all of them.
It was really woke.
Yeah.
No, that's just another complaint people have with the wokeness. But I think that where the movie does have problems is the pacing. There are some scenes where it just needs to kind of pick up. Some of the scenes are a little dark and a little hard to follow. The villain was terrible. With the deviants or whatever they were called, and then the leader deviant that was just kind of like a pawn to Icarus.
Oh yeah.
One was really just no need for it. I mean, it's a great distraction, but there was no point in making him a humanoid one. They could have just been more deviants, and Icarus could have just been the bad guy. But that's really all I have for that one. I mean, the fight scene at the end was incredible. I think that if they start doing fight scenes, like that was basically Superman versus Flash at one point.
Yeah, they stepped up their game with the action.
I like the whole idea of what was presented by Ajax to those not the Celestials, the Eternals, is if I let these guys loose, how long will it take for them to question their maker?
Mm-hmm.
How long? If I give it, these people have free will on this planet. What if I give you this free will? What will you do with it? What will an Eternal do with free will? So,
yeah,
we get our answer, and it's a very different movie from the MCU, especially with the directing style.
Mario says the end scene was very different.
You're talking about the Celestial that came out of the water, or are we talking about the Celestial that showed up and kidnapped Cersei? Get back to me.
Yeah. I think the placement's fine. I'm definitely gonna need to do a rewatch. I've only seen it once in theaters, and it's been a little bit, but I do remember enjoying the film. So.
I've seen it 3 times, I think, and it's in total. Once in theaters, and then I almost wasn't gonna go see it in theaters. I was like this close to like being like, nah, but I ended up really enjoying myself. I don't get the overall hatred for it, but
yeah.
Next up, one that I get the hatred entirely.
Yeah, they messed up the casting.
They messed up.
They messed up. Like
you could just stop there. You don't have to explain that they messed
yeah.
up.
The only thing I liked about it is some of the action scenes looked good, and the ending credit scene was a big deal where he got transported to the MCU, which we can maybe mention later or in a little bit. We're almost there anyway, so I guess we could just mention it now. He gets pulled in because obviously Peter in this No Way Home story pulls everyone that knows his identity in. And I guess that's kind of confusing because he doesn't know who Peter is in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I think about it, but we'll talk about it more in No Way Home. But yeah, I know you didn't like this movie, and after thinking about it, I only liked some parts of it, but yeah, we can go ahead and move on if you want, unless you have something to add.
This is my favorite Spider-Man villain ever, and it's just they butchered it. It's just all terrible, and there was no point to this movie, and it was a very short movie. And now, what I will say is that this is like a movie that could be like fun for a kid. Like, you know how like we like Batman and Robin growing up, but like objectively that movie's terrible.
Yeah.
Like if I show Jack this, my son, he might adore this for all of eternity and might want to watch it over and over and over and over.
I definitely could see that, yeah.
And I'll be sitting here like, yeah, love what you want to love. I'm not gonna take that away from someone. So like, if you like this movie for some reason, like for what it is, more power to you. Yeah. I'm here telling you why I don't like it. I'm not telling you have to not like it because I don't like it. Like
exactly.
I think that's where the mistranslation on the internet is and how we don't talk to each other appropriately. It's miscommunication. But yeah, are we good with the placement?
Oh, 100%. The worst MCU movie in all of them.
Hawkeye. This is where it gets tough. Because I like the show.
I really like Hawkeye, but not enough. Did I like it more than like I'll say from what I remember, I think I like it more than WandaVision personally. But I don't think I liked it more than Captain Falcon. I don't know.
I liked it more than Captain Falcon.
Okay, that I will agree with you. Like it's kind of like they're barely for me. I like it barely more than the other, so I'm fine with the placement. At this one, like I was surprised because and I know you've said it. I guess it was supposed to adapt like a really loved comic for Hawkeye. Like I forget who it's by.
Matt Fraction. I mean, it does a pretty good job of it. It's just they throw in that whole storyline with Echo in there to set up her show.
Which, yeah.
That kind of nerfed. I mean, he got stronger, like, technically speaking, but he also lost to someone that had such little experience compared to, like, Daredevil or Punisher or, like, anybody else, and it just got owned. And it just kind of just didn't fit the power scaling. The scenes with Yelena and Hawkeye were good. The scenes with Yelena and Kate Bishop were good. Kate Bishop was the main highlight.
Kate Bishop was a highlight.
The Russian bros.
Yes. And Wilson Fisk obviously was probably the biggest highlight for most people because I remember I hadn't seen the show yet, but once they showed that he was in it, it was all over the internet. Everyone was hyping it up. And for good reason. Obviously, he's a great casting choice and just great to see that they brought Daredevil into the MCU. But I think even in this, and we talked about when we were watching season 3, but like in that show, he's got like super strength out of nowhere. Like he's very strong. So
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing more of that.
It just makes me think that they're going to go with a different version of him. But I don't know quite where you want to put this, but we're on No Way Home.
Oh man. So I would say for me, I don't know about you, I like it right where it's at. But like at the same time, it goes back to like I look at it like I agree with you, and I look at Infinity War and Endgame as one movie. So maybe right there would be better. Because like this movie is something I still you could pinch me as many times as you want, and I will still have a hard time believing it's real, but it's freaking real. We got the best crossover in human history.
Yeah, there's there's a couple people that are kind of like trying to flip the script out there right now, where they're like, "Oh, look, can we stop pretending this was a good movie?" Like, shut up. Like, we didn't even know to ask for this. Like, the Miles Morales movie Into the Spider-Verse happened, and people were joking. They were like, "Oh, it'd be cool if we got a movie with Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland." And there was like fan art going around, like, "Oh, it'd be cool if they were all together." And then it freaking happened. I remember Fandom Wire, a page on Facebook. I don't know what other platforms they started on or whatever, but a page called Fandom Wire had leaked it so early that I was like, "This has to be a joke." Like, but they had the blue check mark on Facebook. So I was like, "How are they leaking this? Like, what kind of insider information could they possibly have?" And it's not going around anywhere else. But they posted it. I swear, it was the first place that I ever saw it, and they kept posting about it, and nobody else was sharing it. Nothing. And I was just like, "Yeah, we'll see." And lo and behold, it's real. I mean, and it all worked out. And it served the story. That was fan service that served the story. They were there to push Peter into the right direction to be the proper Spider-Man.
And it resolved. It basically gave us kind of small resolutions for the other characters too, even though the other Spider-Man, Peters, they came in and we got a little bit, like, not enough, but we got a little bit of their story, like just little bits of it, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
But like the main thing was, Tom Holland Spider-Man, and just, him coming to grips that he's Peter. But at the end of the day, his life got messed up, and he ended up trying to fix it, and he messed up. But it was just such a fun ride. Like, me and you saw this movie in theaters how many times? Like 5 or 6?
We both managed to see it 4 times because of the re-release.
Yeah, we even went and saw the re-release with like a little bit of extra footage in it. Marty made the Spider-Man meme of pointing each other. Yeah. Like, we got that. And then he also says it gives hope. It gives hope of a revival for these characters as well. Yeah. Definitely, like, it was so well received. We could in fact, I saw a rumor, and I don't know if it's real, but I saw a rumor that Green Goblin, Willem Dafoe, is going to be in Secret Wars. So does that mean?
I saw a rumor that Kevin Feige is trying to get everybody that's ever been in a Marvel movie,
dude. Like,
at any time in Secret Wars.
If that happens and we see it on screen, I'm gonna be that Water Tribe dude in Avatar, wailing his arms up, foaming at the mouth, and passing out. That is literally going to be. That is literally going to be us in the theater, like.
Yeah, man. I really don't know what more I could say about it. I mean, I named my own son after Spider-Man, so you know how much that movie meant to me.
Of course.
Adding Into the Spider-Verse, that movie also solidified what it means to be Spider-Man. Like, it's crazy to get so much great content like that.
Yeah.
So
we can move Moon Knight. So
I'm thinking like right here,
top of A. So
maybe let's go right there.
So I definitely think A tier, and honestly, I'll agree with you. Maybe we could argue it'd be like in between like Age of Ultron and Doctor Strange, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how you feel about that.
Fine. That's fine.
I think that's fair. A rank. It's definitely A. This can't, like, I've always wanted to know more about Moon Knight, see more of him since the video game Marvel Ultimate Alliance, because that's all the knowledge of Moon Knight I have.
He also was in Web of Shadows, the Spider-Man game.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to know more about him for a long time. I mean, there's some people out there that say this isn't entirely accurate, and to them, I say like almost like there's so much about the MCU that isn't accurate. Like what surprise Pikachu face, like.
Yeah, like you're not going to get always comic book accurate, and that's not always a bad thing. They did a great job. Like, I really loved all. The main personality was Mark, right?
Mark. It was technically it was Mark, and then Steven was the other one, and then
Steven,
Jake
and then
was the other one.
yeah. So throughout the whole show, you're dealing with like a multiple personality thing, which that in itself was very fascinating and fun to watch because I was just the whole time wondering what was going to happen. A lot of good twists to it. Love the like the whole thing behind Khonshu, or however you say the god's name. I like that he was like technically a villain in a way. Like he was basically just using
very much in his own self-interest.
Yeah, and
his own ideology.
And then the villain for this one was, in my opinion, a very strong villain. I really liked the villain for this one.
The only thing that I have a complaint for with the show is that, to me, the CGI was it was kind of ugly, especially with the hippo.
Oh
the hippo was rough to look at. The gator was rough. Khonshu was fine because he didn't look like a living creature.
Yeah,
he looked cool, but those other ones, and then the kaiju battle at the end was cool, but not cool at the same time.
Right. So some of the CGI definitely wonky, but overall, like strong performance by Oscar Isaac. I'm glad they brought him into the MCU.
Story was magnificent.
Yeah, he was great. Just overall solid. Like honestly, this might actually be my favorite. Well, no, Loki's my favorite. This is my second favorite, favorite Disney Plus show so far. Like I'm hoping that they'll bring, because they didn't really give us any MCU like bigger picture stuff for Moon Knight. So I'm interested to know how they're going to bring him into the MCU.
Yeah.
Oh, so Morbius. Marty said it himself. If Morbius isn't S tier, what has this video been about? So it's Morbin time. So if Morbius, like,
I cannot, who asked for this? Who?
Some guy that works at Sony that is the biggest Morbius fan that you will ever know.
Well, I want to smack him. But I'm putting it where it belongs.
Yeah, no need to even discuss it. As funny as it is, Morbius was a horrible movie. I ended up spending money on this movie purely to watch it, to see how bad it really was. Do I regret spending the money? Absolutely not. Marty says to leave it at top S tier. Sorry, Marty, you're no longer in control. But yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. Yeah, I already agree with that. I know people have their issues with this movie, but
to me, this one rewarded me as a comic book reader. And I really felt like I was like someone was like, hey, I know you read this book. And then they dropped the word incursion. And I knew exactly, I was like, Secret Wars confirmed. That's it. That's all I needed to know. That word confirmed for me that Secret Wars is going to happen. And I was giddy beyond belief. I loved Wanda in the movie. I don't care that she massacred the Illuminati. There were characters that were not meant to stick around. I think that they should have all died because they were all pompous and arrogant. The whole point of that organization is that they're arrogant. And I'm tired of people saying, well, Reed Richards, why did he give away that Black Bolt power was that he could shred her with one word from his mouth? It's because he was trying to save the body of the innocent Wanda from their world. He was trying to be diplomatic. None of them understood how powerful that the Scarlet Witch was, because their Wanda wasn't anywhere near that powerful. She didn't have the level of big capability because she was never the Scarlet Witch. It's a completely different power set than what their Wanda could have possibly had at the time without the Darkhold.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but the only thing that I loved, if we all fanboyed over it, was when Professor Xavier shows up. But the fact that she killed him off was a little disappointing, only because it's oh, he's in the MCU, and then she's like, nah, reduce your expectations to 0 and kill them off. But that was
more that they were able to use the license.
Yeah,
And then I love seeing Blackballed. I loved getting to see his power set, and in full costume, a pretty accurate costume.
yeah, I liked all their looks. I wasn't like upset about them getting killed off as other people are. I loved America Chavez. Her character was really fun. I liked seeing Doctor Strange do his zombie Doctor Strange thing at the end. That was pretty fun.
That was very nice.
Yeah, overall, I agree with the placement. It's definitely I want to rewatch this one because I just want to have it more fresh in my mind. But I had no real issues with this film.
Yeah,
Just small
America
gripes.
Chavez is going to be a very big part of the multiverse saga because she has multiversal powers and she's a unique being within the multiverse.
Yeah.
I imagine, will be someone that they will rely upon to recruit more people from the multiverse, such as the Sonyverse, the Fox universe, the basically everybody from like the old Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, anyone that you think of, maybe even Wesley Snipes' Blade. She is going to be what brings in more variant heroes to help save the day in Secret Wars or in Kang Dynasty, wherever she does. So I'm hoping that that is what she will do because that is literally the usefulness of her power set. So she's at the academy right now, learning to master her powers.
Yeah, that definitely feels like that's what they're setting up. So I look forward to seeing more from her.
I also love that Wanda's defeat came at basically her own hands of realizing that she had become a monster that her kids would never love.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to watching all the movies and WandaVision. Like it was like the perfect resolution for her character.
Yeah.
But we can go ahead and move on to Miss Marvel. So you were putting it at top of A. I agree. I almost had forgotten about that. This was a surprise hit for me. We had both played the Avengers game on the PlayStation 4 that recently came out, and that was basically all the knowledge I had of this character. But I really liked the character in the game, and I wanted to see more. And this show nailed it for me. Like I have no knowledge of the comic, but love the actress. She's great. She nailed the role. Love the culture behind this movie. Love the lore. Love the soundtrack for this film is mwah, chef's kiss. I don't get the hate at all. I don't understand why people dislike this film.
And the only thing that I found somewhat lackluster was the villains that she had to deal with at the end of the episode, the end of the season, with like the damage control agents that were trying.
Yeah, the villains. Yeah,
they were basically filling out the typical discriminatory agenda against her kind, and that was kind of where that landed. And it was just, the ending, like a lot of these Disney Plus shows, kind of just felt lackluster to me. And the other one that I felt landed their ending completely was Loki.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the ending was a bit lackluster. That needed a bit of a stronger villain, but I don't really know what villain they could have.
Kamala's going to be a big player in the future. And what would you say?
No, I was just saying that I wasn't sure like who her villains are, like who they could have like put in to replace like the.
Well, in the comics, she was an Inhuman, but she was supposed to be a mutant, according to the creator. And the reason that she was an Inhuman is because Fox had owned the rights to mutants at the time, the X-Men. So
oh, okay.
She was basically, at the time, the comics were basically trying to not brand or promote X-Men as much because they were blacklisting the X-Men and the Fantastic Four because Fox owned them, so they weren't trying to give them free promotion. So they wanted as little new stuff as they possibly could to go to the X-Men and Fantastic Four.
Okay. That makes sense too, but
now she's a mutant though.
Okay, cool. So it's more accurate now. That's good. Yeah, I loved it. I loved her relationship with her family. That was one of my favorite parts of the show. Yeah, like I said, I just don't get the hate. That's a fair placement. I know people have their issues with this one, and as much as I enjoyed,
really subjective because the comedy in it is really, it's about your taste in comedy. It's just what it comes down to.
Yeah, like you have to you have to like that kind of comedy to really like this movie. If you're not about over the top, like in your face comedy, you're not going to enjoy this stuff.
Yeah,
And
I'll say this: Thor Ragnarok had a lot of comedy in it, and they were tasked with reinventing a character that had two boring movies that people did not care for, and they did it. It was successful. The director made Thor funny and enjoyable. So that director had those little wacky, zany ideas. Here's what's going to happen. Hey, you made a great movie. This is Marvel Studios talking. You made a great movie. We're going to give you the next movie. Do what you did, but more. And he did more. He did what was asked of him. So I don't know where the shock came from. That's exactly what I expected. I expected it to be very funny, even though it's based off of really dark storyline. It's not. I don't know. Power scaling never really mattered to me with Marvel movies because this isn't a shonen.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the power scaling is one thing, but
unless it's like super like far off, like Spider-Man all of a sudden knocks out the Hulk with one punch, like, that doesn't make sense. But that's nothing that drastic happened to me, in my opinion, in Love and Thunder.
Yeah, it's just one of those movies. Like it was an enjoyable film. It's not a masterpiece or anything, but I had fun with it. I just don't think it's a bad film. Like
I think it's an enjoyable movie. Like I don't know what people have up their butts. Like just have some fun, man. Like I think it's just like people think, all right, how is this building into the universe? I have to rewatch these movies. Like every time I want to have a marathon, I gotta sit through this every time. Like, I mean, no one's forcing you to do that. Like, find the joy in things.
Like,
but anyways, I like the storyline with Jane and the cancer and everything. The only thing that I would add to this movie is maybe an extra 15 minutes for Gore and Jane to have more screen time, to show Gore doing more god-butchering things, and then for Jane to actually show how she suited up and was Thor. Maybe make her be Thor for a little bit while Thor was gone.
That would have been nice, yeah. Because in the comic, she obviously has her own like storyline, which would be nice to get into. Which I don't know if we'll ever get that, but I think the placement's solid though. The I Am Groot shorts. I mean, we just watched these for the first time. They're fun, but nothing to really.
I would rewatch some of that stuff.
Oh yeah, it helps if they're short, but they're just more enjoyable than those. She-Hulk, another one that is just I see nothing but freaking hate. And again, this is another one where it's like it's just really, I guess, subjective. Like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this is not her character at all." Like, even though it is.
What comics are they reading?
It's what I said, and people just hate on it because of the twerking scene. Which, do they need to do that? Dude, absolutely not.
I'll say this right now. I think some of that is racially motivated because, like, if she had shown up doing the hokey pokey with Dolly Parton, everyone would be like, "Oh man, that was so cute." It was just an instant dance. Like, it's just the same thing. It's just dancing. It's a 6-second scene, 9 seconds.
It was literally an after credit scene. Like,
you will live. You will live.
Yeah, like calm down. It doesn't like take away that the show is still enjoyable. It was a nice like entry to her character that I personally would, I would like to see more, but who knows if we'll get more. Love the fourth wall breaks. The actress that portrays She-Hulk is good. I liked her a lot. It was nice to see Bruce again. Get to see a little bit more from him. See what he's been up to since Endgame. Obviously this one's villain wasn't the best, but and they brought in Daredevil again. That was a big deal, especially because my man Daredevil got to tap that. Couldn't believe that. That was great.
Easy cut.
That made it that was made it a 10 out of 10 show for me. I got to
The
see.
finale was what I loved. I loved exactly. She popped out of the Disney Plus menu, went straight to Disney, and talked to Kevin, and she got her show back on track the way she wanted it.
Oh yeah, that was fun, and that it's like again it goes back to the fourth wall breaking thing that's just how her character is.
Oh yeah.
Like
Speaking of the fourth wall break, if Deadpool was twerking with Megan Thee Stallion,
everyone will love it.
Everyone would have loved it.
Yeah,
It's just facts. Like
it is.
You cannot deny it that if Deadpool in one of his movies was just randomly twerking with Megan Thee Stallion or with anyone, everyone would have just been just loving it. Everyone would have loved twerking. Everything would have been a-okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah,
how I feel about it. But.
As for your placement, I think that's fine. Definitely low B.
And see, we're defending a show. We're defending a show right now that is low B tier. We're like, it's not. This is not that serious, people. Like, we agree that it's not the greatest thing on earth, but it's not the worst thing ever.
No, like, is by far not the worst thing ever. But it's not like, oh my god, like I'm not like telling you have to watch She-Hulk, but like
it's not for everybody.
It's not for everybody.
It's really not going to be for everybody. It's like me, like creating my own cinematic universe. The Walking Dead and Breaking Bad, and then the next thing I'm picking up is Sex and the City.
Yeah,
like it doesn't make sense. Like I'm not. There's two different things. Like you can enjoy both for the two different things that they are, but if you are primarily someone that only likes the two first things, but really hates on like Grey's Anatomy and all this other like drama, like it's some other type of genre, you're not gonna like it. Or we put it in anime terms. If you like Jujutsu Kaisen or Dragon Ball Z, and the next anime I recommend you is Me and Roboco or some other comedy series that I know is completely different from your taste, that's on me. Like I shouldn't have recommended that to you. Because I know that you like Dragon Ball Z doesn't mean the next thing I'm going to recommend to you is Dr. Slump.
Right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we can go ahead and move on to what was this? Werewolf by Night. Yeah, this was a surprise because I know nothing about the comic of this, but I ended up really enjoying this. So it was a short, sweet movie, nice short film. I think it was barely an hour long, if that. And I honestly want to know more from all those characters.
I can't wait. I want to see it.
Yeah. Really fun. If you're a fan of horror, you'll love it. It didn't even feel like Marvel at all. It literally just felt like I was watching like a old style horror film that felt a little bit newer.
All right. I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say. Like, I loved Man-Thing in there. I loved everything about it. It was all shot beautifully. It didn't insult me with my time. Like, it was a strong 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, for this baby.
Oh, yes.
This is kind of debatable, but I personally put it above the first one.
I agree. And we mentioned it briefly before when Marty was here, but again, rest in peace. But because of Chadwick Boseman's passing, they had to obviously probably change the script for this one a bit. But they definitely pay their respects to him. I know, didn't we actually review this movie too? We did a review episode.
We did a whole video, so we don't really have to say much.
So we don't have to go too much into it. So if you want to know more about our thoughts on Wakanda Forever, check out our video. But it's definitely S tier. No issues with this movie. I can't wait to watch it again. It's coming to Disney Plus February 1st. So yeah, I look forward to watching. Any final thoughts or any thoughts you want to share on it?
Nope. It's coming to Disney Plus soon, and you should definitely watch it if you haven't.
All right. What is this one?
This is the Guardians Holiday Special.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would say low B or high C. It's something that it's fun little holiday thing. Obviously, even though it's a holiday thing, it does kind of give you a little bit more like info on the Guardians. Kind of. if you think about it, with like the Mantis and Star-Lord's like relationship, just that little brief thing, but nothing serious.
You know I'd even give it the benefit of the doubt. I'd throw it up here.
Yeah, it was really fun. I had a good time. I watched it with Fabian's nephew. We had a great time watching it. Really fun for. Sorry, my nephew, your son. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Really funny. The fact that they took a little joke from the first movie with Kevin Bacon and freaking brought him into this special was the icing on the cake for me. Really fun. And Drax and Mantis were the highlight of this one for me. They've had great chemistry to me since the second movie. They're just really
they gotta be funny. The highlight. It's all about them.
Fair.
I would say they had a bit of a power creep in this one. They were capable of a lot more. At least it seemed like they were, because they were able to like flip cars and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, so the stuff Drax was doing is really hurting people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, I think it's nice, middle B tier, fun special. I got nothing else to add. How about you?
No, that's really it, and we're done. We got a lot of great stuff, a lot of content to look forward to. I'm betting Ant-Man is going to be either A or S material.
Dude, that new trailer was freaking hype. Like, I don't know anything about Kang, but from what you've told me about him, and just seeing like how like they're like getting even more accurate with him, like with the little like how he looks in the comic. Like I sent you that picture the other day. Dude, I'm hyped aside for that movie, and we should definitely do a review video on that once it comes out.
For sure.
But yeah, I guess we'll wrap it up then.
Yeah. Nice 4 hours.
Yeah, our longest video yet.
Yeah. Well, so hopefully somebody watches it. But yep, we will be signing out. This is our tier list, but I don't really have much to say. I mean, it all really speaks for itself. I don't think there's anything I would change.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for tuning in. If you disagree with us, feel free to comment. Like, what are your favorite Marvel movies? What do you think should be an S tier or lower, higher, whatever? And yeah, give us a subscribe. Thanks for watching.
And explain yourself.
Yes, and don't just say something is mid. Give us your reasonings. But yeah, thanks for tuning in to Into the Backlog. This is us signing out.